Oh, hold on. It's Zoom is not zooming along today, everyone. All right. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Denise White, and I'm going to be your host for the VIP Ignite Rising Star After Bootcamp today, and I am so excited to see you. So, before we get started, if you are watching us on YouTube, if you are watching us on Facebook, here's my question for you. How do you expect to get discovered by an agent sitting there watching your screen without being seen? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come on over here and join us here in the Zoom. Now you might be thinking, Denise, how do I go into the Zoom? This is what you're going to do. You are going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. I'll say that a little slower. VIPigniteSummit.com. You're going to register. You're going to get a Zoom link. It's going to say, hey, do you want to join now? You're going to click yes, and you're going to come join us here on the Zoom. Guys, this has been such an amazing couple of days. We have so much to go over with you guys. And what I want you guys to know is this. Hold on. Here we go. Pin. There you go. Now you can see me in my new studio. First of all, you're going to hear from Mike in a little while. When you do, give him a high five for this beautiful studio I've got here. I feel so fancy. All right. So let me introduce myself. My name is Denise White. I am the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. And I'm also the president of talent services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. I tell everyone that I have the best job in the whole entire world. Do you know why? Because I get to help talent elevate their success on a daily basis. And that's what we're going to be doing here this weekend on this boot camp. So are you guys... We have had so much going on over the last couple of days. I feel like I've been on calls with so many of our talent for, I don't know, like all week pretty much. But guys, this weekend is going to be life transformational for each and every one of you. And in order for that to happen, I need you to make a commitment right now to yourself. You're not making this commitment to me. You're not making it to Mike. You're not making it to Alicia. You're not making it to anyone. You're making it to yourself. Okay, I want you to commit that for the next 2 days, as long as the Zoom is live, you are all in. But before you type anything in the comments, do not type anything in the comments yet. I want you to understand what that means to me before you commit. That means that you're here until we're finished both days, first of all. Second of all, when I ask you to respond, I want you to respond in the comments. Okay. Third of all, we all have these things, these phones. These are awesome. I love my phone. I don't know what I would do without it. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to turn off all of your notifications. I don't want you on this thing until we're finished. And here's why. I want you to be fully present in this moment. Your commitment to yourself is you're going to be fully present in this moment. When you have the opportunity, we're going to be doing a celebration in a few minutes. When you have the opportunity to hear from Ryan Colby, from Tanya Kleckner, from people that can literally snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less, I want you to be fully present. I want you to take notes, okay? If you have a notebook, show me your notebook. My notebook's over there because I got started, all right? I want you to take notes over the course of the next 2 days. And some people are like, oh my God, I take my notes on the computer. I want you to take notes. I want you to write them down. I want you to have a pen and paper. And if you need a pen and paper, I'll give you like 30 seconds to go find one. I want you to write notes down over the course of the next 2 days. Because when you write things down, it sears it into your brain. I'm not going to go into the biology and all of that, the biochemistry, any of that. But I want you to understand that when you write notes down, even if you don't remember, when you go back and look at your notebook, you're going to be brought back to that moment. Okay. And the other thing is I want you to, again, we went over this. I want you to be on camera all weekend. And let's do this too. I'm going to do a check, an energy check real quick. Is it okay if we do an energy check right at the top of the day? What I want you guys to do, hold on. Okay. What I want you to do is this. I want you to sit up. I want you to sit up tall. I'm looking at all of you. I want you to sit up tall right now. Because you know what? If you're like this, you're not going to receive anything we have to say today. And let me ask you a question. If I were like this, yeah, guys, what's up? Great. So much fun. Do you want to stay on the Zoom call or you're like, oh my God, this is disgusting. Wow. I got so upset by that. I almost lost my bracelet. No, I want you sitting up because when you are sitting up at attention, you're going to pay attention. You're going to receive more. Okay. So make sure that you're sitting up all weekend. You're taking notes. When I ask you to hydrate, you're hydrating. I want you to, again, when you're in the comments, you're only responding to myself, to Alicia, to the person who's speaking. We're not doing a group. We're not doing a group chat in the comments. We hate group chats. Okay. So if you are excited to get this party started, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And if you are all in, type all in the comments. I'm giving you a couple different things here. If you're excited and ready to go, type all in the comments. Okay. 1 and 1 all in. Okay. I love it. You're doing things. You guys are really good at following all the, I gave you big signals here. Okay. So guys, I am so excited to get started. I have a very special guest here in studio. Normally it's me. I was all about myself and then Alicia, breaking news from Orlando. But guess what? She's me in person. Are you guys ready? Alicia.
Hi. Hi, everyone. How are you? This studio looks, can I say badass? I just did. Hi, everybody. I love it.
It looks so cool, doesn't it?
Can I touch it?
Yeah. Ooh. It's textured and everything. It's so cool.
One, I know you said to hydrate, but I needed like 4 shots of it. Was a long night, Denise.
Oh my gosh, it was.
I've been freaking out all night, but I thank you guys so much for all your emails and your text messages. I still haven't gotten the number. I'm waiting. The publicist.
Oh wait, that's me. I'm the publicist.
I know, but we also have the publisher. Sorry, my words. I probably shouldn't talk because I'm a little bit nervous. It's our first book, and as you know, hashtag 18 years in the making. Mikey and I call him Mikey. We're a little bit nervous. I mean, the book is amazing, but we're still a little bit nervous. As you guys know, go big or go home. So Finding Fame, as you guys know, is our very first book. It's available now on Amazon. And it got released at midnight and we're just a little bit nervous and we're just waiting for the numbers. So if you guys, I know we have the no cell phone policy and all, so we're waiting patiently. So if you should see me pick up the phone or get a text or scream or, cry, just FYI, just be waiting.
All right. So
what's up?
Do you want to look at the numbers or do you want to keep talking or
am I allowed to?
Hold on. You know what? Why don't we do
it's
this?
Bootcamp.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we bring Ryan Colby on? Because he's here looking fabulous.
Wait, what time is it?
It's 11:13.
He's here?
He's here already. Yep.
Usually he has like the do not disturb me till 1 p.m. rule. It's early for him.
Well, we have something big going on and he's a huge part of it.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, of course.
Okay, awesome. All right. Hey guys, so we're also live on Instagram. Hey guys, what's up? We're
you?
What's it's pretty cool. Where do I look? Do I look here? Do I look here? Do I look here? We don't know. We have so much going on, guys. But Instagram, we are about to take a look and see the numbers. We've been like literally. Okay, and if you're watching us on Instagram, stop watching on Instagram. Join us live. Go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, it's VIPigniteSummit.com. And then you can join some amazing people who are here on Zoom. Okay, VIPigniteSummit.com, because we're going to be making a huge announcement in a couple of minutes, and you do not want to miss it. So
we hope it's huge.
We hope it's huge. Well, I hope so, because I don't want to cry. Okay, so come on, VIPigniteSummit.com. We'll see you on Instagram. We'll see you on Zoom. We have to go back to our Zoom people.
We've got a Zoom.
We got a Zoom. All right. So
nice to see you live.
I know, it's crazy. It's awesome. Okay. All right. So why don't we do this? Why don't we find Mr. Colby? Ryan Colby. Hold on. He's like, I can't unmute you. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we're still looking for. I know you're here, Ryan Colby. I saw you. Okay, guys. Start chanting, Ryan, Ryan.
I never call him Ryan. It's just Colby.
Okay, Colby, Colby, Colby.
I wonder what he's wearing.
Oh, I saw it. I had a sneak preview. Okay, let's see here.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Ryan Colby. Hold on.
How's
Hold on. I'm adding your pen. There you are.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Ooh,
Fashion,
fashionable.
fabulous.
Nice to
Absolutely
meet you, Mary.
fabulous.
everyone?
We're amazing. How are you? Here, this microphone is
Good.
like, there we go. That's better.
You look fat.
Ryan, you look
fabulous.
I know. He looks amazing.
you.
Yesterday, he didn't know what he was wearing, but
I think he did. I think he just
look at you
keeps us
in your
in
VIP
suspense.
Ignite colors representing. Nice,
We
nice.
love it.
It's a big day.
Yes,
Happy,
it
Finding
is.
Fame Saturday.
Finding Fame Saturday. Okay.
Go with it.
It's
It
finding
would
Fame
go better. It
Saturday.
would sound
Thing.
better for
It's so
Friday.
fetch.
Finding
What's
Fame
up?
Friday.
All right. So, first of all, as you guys know, and Alicia just mentioned, we just released our first book, Finding Fame. And that's what we all day. Like, how many of you got a text message? Like, oh my gosh, did you get the book? Oh my gosh, we like literally look at my nails. Can you see this? I've been sweating. Oh, we've been like climbing the mountain. Literally, I bit my nails off because I was dying for this. All right. And
Good. I had
yesterday
some
we were
of
calling
my
people.
guys buy it. I had like 4 or 5 of my guys bought it so far.
Really?
They're slow to answer, so I'm sure this week they'll buy more.
Okay, good. That's awesome. I'm glad that they were doing that. They're going to love it. And for all of you who ordered a copy of Finding Fame, thank you so much. Your life is going to change when you read this book and you read the stories of the people in the book.
Juicy stories about Ryan.
And there's some juicy stories about Ryan Colby. So if you guys want some juice on this guy here, I'm pointing like you're standing next to me. Oh, page 6 juicy. My word. Oh my gosh.
Page 6 juicy.
Page 6 juicy. So Ryan, we are
Mhm.
checking the numbers. We're waiting for word from our publisher. And okay, so you've worked with a lot of celebrities. So can you give us some advice on how not to freak out right now?
Like, give us a
I
pep talk.
very rarely freak out, so to me this is easy. Even if something's amazing and good news, I've gotten great numbers before when I got numbers
Not
back from
everybody's you,
Vogue or
Colby. So
Yeah.
like,
For
Huh?
us commoners.
I don't
Oh.
know.
Like
It's a milestone. It's a great day. It's a great accomplishment. But as soon as you receive the information, take it in and then move on because you still got work to do. This job never ends. So
That is true.
that's how I do it when I get news. I'm excited for a minute, 5 minutes maybe, but then I have work to do. So,
Yep.
so
All right. Well,
like my friend Josh Morrow, he won an Emmy for Young and Restless like in the late 90s. And the next morning he had to be at work. Like you still gotta work. Like you gotta, you can celebrate for a minute.
yeah.
yeah.
All right. So I don't know how long should we keep ourselves in suspense?
Why? Did you get an email?
I may have.
She said 11:15.
11.
It's 11:18.
Yeah.
Did you get any? I didn't get an
Okay.
email.
Well,
Neither did I.
neither did you. Well,
Michael, did you get an
Well, no,
email?
I don't.
I just got the email from her and Deneen got it, so if Deneen could read it.
Oh, it's
When
okay.
we're reading it, whatever way this goes, no, we tried. That's all I can tell you guys.
yes. All right. Well, let me hold on. Let me find the email. Hold on. I know it's in here. Here we go. Okay. Well,
Michael, come over here.
okay. I'm going to read the email now.
Okay.
Are you guys ready? This is from our publisher.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to get verklempt. Okay. Ready?
Mhm.
You are officially best-selling and by an impressive showing. Here are the screenshots for the paperback and hardback as of this morning. We are adding the gold seal to the cover and we'll be uploading the new covers for future purchases. I can't even talk. So very happy for you. So we are number 1. Hold on. In the hardback version, we're number 1 in Broadway and musicals. Maybe we beat out Wicked, And oh my gosh, so many other ones. We're number 2 in acting and auditioning, and number 2 in performing arts reference. And then for
Okay.
the paperback, we're number 1 in acting and auditioning, and number 1 in performing arts reference. Okay, Fearless,
wow.
I just want to
It says number 1 in the world.
in the world. In the world.
Am I allowed
Okay.
straight now?
You can, because I'm crying.
That's exciting. Number one for
Oh, I'm not gonna curse.
acting and entertainment. I mean,
Number 1 in the world
everybody-
right now on Amazon.
yeah,
Guys,
everybody
we did
look
it.
at those pages.
Okay, well, Alicia, for you, congratulations. They're Finding Fame colors. Look at
They're
that.
not for me. VIP Ignite, we did it.
They're finding fame colors.
They are the cover of Finding Fame, Ryan.
Oh, it's like a Rust situation. Yeah.
It's a
Rust
rust.
and
It's
yellow.
rust, red, yellow. It's all the power
Yeah, yeah.
colors.
This is for VIP Ignite.
I want you guys to
Cool.
give first of all, I want you to give Mike and Alicia and Ryan and each person who contributed to the book, give them all a round of applause.
That's
Round
exciting.
of
Well, I
applause,
knew
18
I
years in the
knew
making.
we would do
And then I
well.
also want to give you guys a round of applause too, because you know what? You can't be a number 1 best-selling book unless you have people who went out and supported the book. So thank you guys very much. And what we're going to do is is it okay if we celebrate? And just for anyone watching, for any of my punctilious people, this is sparkling cider because we are live on a Zoom call right now. Okay. But,
And to the doubters, we couldn't have done it without you.
all
The
right.
people who said we couldn't do it, to the people who said we would never in a million years. I'll tell you what, when we first started VIP Ignite, I'll tell you guys, literally when Michael and I created VIP, Ryan, you know this, 18 years ago, this is the truth. Michael and I signed a lease. We had a 1-person office. I'll never forget this. I had a $500 credit card. We went to IKEA, got 1 desk. That's all we could afford. 1 desk and 1 chair. I had a $250 credit limit at Best Buy. 1 laptop. We went and rented one of those offices. This is a true story. An office with like a shared workspace where every single time we needed to print something, it went to one of those like massive printers. Michael and I would take turns using a desk, and one of us would have to sit in a shared lobby. We had 0 connections in this industry. We would literally go to the yellow pages. We would try. It was insane. No connections in this business. And I remember
it was on the Brosses Street. I remember.
it was, well, no, that was the New York office. I'm talking about when we had an office, not even on South Street. We couldn't even afford Philly.
Somewhere
It was
else.
like a
Okay.
suburb of Philadelphia.
Oh,
and
okay. Maybe
We
I never
literally
saw
would
that
try to
one.
find people in the industry. People would hang up on me because we had an idea. We didn't even have, I mean, this was before Broadway. This was before the stock exchange. This was before Forbes. This is before, some of you guys don't even know, we did a women's empowerment summit with Vivica Fox. This is before everything. And literally, I'll never forget when Michael and I created the concept of the networking events, because we were tired of seeing people mistreated getting into show business and all, you know, the lies and the deceit and, you know, the pay me money and never get anything. Michael and I, when we created VIP, it was just so disheartening to see people, you know, the bad boyfriend syndrome. We kept getting hung up on. Nobody wanted to help us. And I literally, the very first call, I was crying, and Michael's like, don't give up, keep dialing. Somebody's going to say yes. And I was just like, this is too hard. I don't think it's going to work. And he kept saying, call. And I'll tell you what, I was in tears. And I remember telling him, listen, we signed a 30-day lease. And I'll never forget, I said, the stuff from IKEA, we could disassemble it. We could take it back, the computer. We could just literally take it back to Best Buy. And I said this to him. I said, it's not too late. I can go back to Florida. I'll never, and this is the truth. It almost didn't happen. And everybody said, this is a crazy idea. How can you go against John Robert Powers, John Casablancas? They've been in business for 50 years. I said, yeah, but they're taking advantage of people. They're literally selling runway classes to people that honestly are paying $3,000. They're never going to walk runway. I mean, these are the stories that people aren't talking about. And you guys know the truth. And now, if you guys even read excerpts of Finding Fame, we have the head writer for Saturday Night Live. We have Academy Award winners in our book. #1 in the world right now on Amazon.
Above Meisner, check off all of them.
We are above. So, I mean, literally, Meisner. Actually, when I just saw that screenshot, Ryan, we're above Michael Caine right now. Like, we're above Wicked.
Did he write an acting book or something?
Actually,
well, he's just retired.
Hamilton on the Broadway spectrum, Hamilton is #1. We're #4, and Wicked is #5. We're between Hamilton and Wicked. That's dope. That's amazing.
That's great.
Like,
That's
it's
great.
the little company that could. So for those of you struggling, trying to get into show business, I never want to hear you can't do this, because literally we had $0, 2 credit cards, $500 and $250. 2 credit cards, $500 to IKEA and $250 to Best Buy. That was it. And literally a month-to-month lease. 0 connections, 0. But you know what we had? Balls.
Did you guys do a small event and then called me or something?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Because you know what Michael said to us when we did it, I'll never forget, we did a tiny event at the Sheraton in like a little suburb of Philadelphia, because we couldn't afford Philly. And he said, we're gonna break even, because what happened was we had to hold an event, and we had to hold it with the deposit. I said, how are we going to do this? We're not going to be able to eat. We're not going to be able to keep the lights on. And Michael said, in order to ever do another event, we're going to have to show proof that like it works. We're going to have success stories from this. I said that how are we going to outlay money for this? It's going to be impossible.
Mhm.
Our very first event, we had 100% success story. 100% of every single person that went to that event booked something.
That's awesome.
Well, that's what we do.
I know.
Because here's why. Because when people were able to go and sit down face to face with actual agents, and because we pre-screened people, anybody who went to the event that tried to sell our talent stuff, we knew that they were fake.
Mhm.
We wanted people of good intentions. We were able to pre-screen.
Yep.
And that's what you need. So kind of like if you're watching this boot camp right now, we were speaking on your behalf. What would we want if you were trying to get into this industry? Like if you're an aspiring model, actor, or musician, we were speaking on your behalf. If you're trying to get into show business, and I think about this every day, like, and if you read Finding Fame, you'll read stories like Santino Fontana won the Tony for Best Actor. Did he have to spend money? Of course he did. Like what is wrong with you to think he didn't have to spend money to become Best Actor on Broadway? You know what I mean? So I want you guys to understand, like, if you're trying to get into show business, you have to be the best, which is why you're on this boot camp, because you want the truth.
Yep.
And that's what we're doing this weekend. You don't have to fly to New York or LA and move there and spend millions of dollars on training. We want to expose you to real people in the industry that love you and want to give you aha moments.
Yep.
So if you're serious about getting into show business, scale 1 to 10, how glad are you today that you're here on boot camp? Scale 1 to 10.
That's all. People are like, my book's coming today. Moni
There's-
Jennings.
And I just saw on the email, there's a 5-week wait
Oh my
list.
gosh. Yeah, there's
The
a
book
5.
is,
Yeah.
the book.
Okay. So
I feel like Taylor Swift right now. 5-week wait list.
would
People
you
are
like
buying
your water?
books. I'll drink coffee.
No, yeah. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna drop the link to the book in the comments. make sure that you're not buying the one that's like $50, $100, because there are people literally
Wait,
that
people are buying books for $100.
people literally, because Finding Fame hit #1 so rapidly, which is very unusual. People are literally buying up the books to drive up the price so that they can resell them for $50, $100. So when you go to order Kim Tyler, I know that's a great problem to have. Don't you agree? But what I want you guys to do is when you are going to buy the book, make sure you buy like the hard copy. And again, you're going to have to wait like 4 or 5 weeks because they have to be reprinted. You're also going to get the cool gold Amazon bestseller symbol on it, which I'm trying not to like lose myself on this one because I'm so proud. I'm so excited.
I'm not wearing waterproof mascara, so
Nor
you
am I,
can't cry
so.
because then I'll cry because we're together. It's
But-
like we share a brain
So
today.
yeah. So when you do go and buy the book, make sure that you're buying the one. You're gonna have to wait, but then you can also get the Kindle version. It's like, I think it's like $1.99, something like that. Get the Kindle version. So Kindle Unlimited is free. So make sure that you do get that version and then wait for the official version to come. Like, because you're gonna get the one with the gold emblem on it. All right. I think that
That's
we need.
pretty badass.
I think we should pop some champagne. How do you feel about that? Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, we sold out the first printing. And hold on, I think I need to. I'll be back. You talk for 2 seconds.
I don't know what to talk about.
I didn't-
I'm so excited.
What
Talk to Ryan Colby.
Michael, what
What?
story is in there? Maybe I can expunge on it. Do you remember?
I think it's about some of the love stories, Ryan, over the
Yeah,
years.
right.
Do you want to
I have
expand
it.
on that?
No, I do not. No,
That-
really, which one is in there?
That's the talk back. That's where you all sign non-disclosure agreements, and we do Cosmos with Colby. It's going to be great. Well, right. Let's talk about the business. I mean, think about it. Finding Fame is 18 years old. I mean, this business back then was a completely different business. Do you remember? I mean, courier
Yeah, of
services back then, that was before like,
Yes, of course. Messenger services and
yeah.
printing of images multiple times because models had, depending on how popular they were, they had 2 to sometimes 10 books.
So let's talk about the business back then versus now, because I think a lot of people don't understand, like, and correct me if I'm wrong, like when people say, oh, I want to be a model, and now that it's digital, right?
It's way less, there's way less expenses now than there were in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. The expenses are less.
Yeah.
And they're a little more finite. There's only a couple. You got to get a few
you don't
things.
have all the printing costs now, but now you have the digital expenses, right?
Yeah, but it's still a fraction. It's nowhere near what it used to be.
It was expensive before.
It's nowhere near what it used to be.
Oh my God, you had to pay for every time you had to
pay for
submit a talent, they had to pay for the courier expenses, all the prints. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God, it was expensive. I remember
when
seeing
you would submit to a client that was within New York, if they requested the book, the book had to be messengered over to Soho, to Midtown, to Brooklyn.
A little bike messenger would come and pick up the envelope.
Yeah.
We'd have to stuff the envelope literally with comp cards that the talent would have to provide you. And literally all those would go in an envelope, and the messenger would have to ride their little bike through the snow or whatever to like the casting office. It was expensive back then. Oh my gosh, I totally remember those days.
It's really expensive, and you'd have to print multiple images for multiple books. The more popular the talent, the more books they had, because books would have to be shipped to Miami, to Europe, to LA by FedEx for jobs over there. There was no Zoom, so you couldn't see the talent on a call and get it over with for free, get it over with for free and be like, okay, they're great, or no, they don't work for us. You'd have to ship the book to here. No, they don't work for us. So, they're not right for this part or this job. So, but then they would have to ship it back, and it was really convoluted, and you would have to have multiple, tear sheets. So if you're in a magazine, the agency would have to go buy 10 to 20 copies of the magazine to
Yeah.
put your tear sheets in,
I
which is
remember
at
you had
which is at
multiple
your
books for each
expense.
model. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was very, very costly. Those days, that doesn't happen anymore. So
And also,
it's
Rye, the
actually
model
cheaper.
had to live in the city back then. Now, because of
Yeah.
Zoom, you have models that live like throughout the US. You could still submit them. So
Yeah.
how does that work now? I mean, because like I think about it, like back in Finding Fame days, like when we were, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you had models that had to live in New York or LA. Now that you have models like throughout the country, you could submit them. And then when they book it, then they go to New York. So now that they could live anywhere, you submit them digitally, or they could do
Well, it depends. It depends. I mean, some clients, it just depends. But yes, I will submit them digitally.
yeah.
And if the client is open to bringing in models, then great. Or if the job is enough money, then even if the client isn't covering it, then I would still submit, because like today there's a job for QuickBooks, which is weird, but they want there's this, I guess they're doing vignettes for this commercial, and it's shooting in Canada, in Toronto,
Okay.
and they're doing vignettes of different lifestyles,
Okay.
and one of them happens to be modeling. So it's $5,000 and it's shooting in Toronto. So I submitted Brandon, I submitted a bunch of other people, because the flights to
Brandon Hunter?
Toronto, the flights to Toronto are $100. So it's like, it's worth it. You know what I mean? So if he gets
Brandon
it,
Hunter from our company.
yeah.
I want you all to type, it started with a Zoom. Because it's so literally he came on a Zoom, guys, and he wasn't even sure he wanted to be an actor or model. He was going to school to be what?
An accountant.
An accountant, but he saw like one of our Instagram ads and he's like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. I'm not even sure if I want to do this. Came on, decided, whatever, let's just see what they have to say. Scheduled an appointment with us, which is what you guys are on this call for. And he decided to move forward with us, and which is why you're here. We have to actually interview you. And so if we decide to move forward with you, a $5,000 job, like you said, $100 flight, okay. And he just booked Fashion Week, and he's been traveling all around the country, LA. That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah. So jobs like that I'll submit on, because
Yeah.
it's worth it. The client will not pay for travel, but that's okay. It's fine, because
I would pay for my, how many of you guys would pay for $100 flight to make a $5,000 paycheck? How many of you guys would invest in $100 flight? $100 flight for a $5,000 paycheck. That sounds like a good deal to me.
Yeah, so jobs like that come up, and they'll book an American for it. It's fine for them to do so, and they have a budget, so great. So stuff like that comes up, and it's cheap because it's digital. I just email them the book, and if they want to see him, they can just request a call, and I'll set it up.
Now, let me ask you a question. If you don't have an agent, could you get a job like that?
No, it's not on any public forum. It was emailed, and it's emailed to agents. I'm sure they emailed other agents. Obviously, I'm not the only one, but it's not emailed or sent out publicly where the layperson walking on the street would know about it. No, you cannot.
Okay, can you go over why, like, for anybody on here that wants to do like Fashion Week or work with like Victoria's Secrets or like major brands like Nike or Old Navy or The Gap or cosmetic lines, can they book work without an agent or be featured in magazines?
I mean, no. I mean, there are small B and C and D level magazines that will take anybody, and I
Like,
guess.
could you walk Fashion Week or?
No, not the real Fashion Week. You cannot. No.
Okay, so let's go over why. Can you go over why real quick?
Because clients do not trust the average person. You cannot be trusted to tell the truth about your height, about your weight, about your dress size, about your hair color, about where you live, about how reliable your car is, about everything. So they don't trust you. So they're not going to put a casting out there to the public so they can be deluged with thousands and thousands of people who do not qualify to do this specific job. So they isolate it by calling an agent and being like, hey, we need this height, this dress size, this ethnicity, this age, whatever it is they're looking for. And you get a small pool of people and you just pick. Instead of seeing everybody in New York City or LA or Miami or Atlanta, you see 20 people and you pick one of them, two of them, three of them, depending on how many people you need for the job. That's why agents are invaluable, is because we provide,
It's a
we're
vetting
the third
process.
party. Yeah, it's a vetting process. So we only send you the best that we have. And there are sometimes it's personality based. A client will ask me, we need the guy who's the most personable. And I have guys that are personable. I have guys that are not personable. And I will send them the guys who are chatty, personable, charming. And, I have guys that are not charming. So therefore, it just depends on what they're asking for. So they can't do that to the public because you're just going to lie. Of course, you're going to say, oh, I'm an amazing walker, or, oh, I can play football, or, oh, I have gorgeous, long blonde hair, or, I can fit into a size 4. Of course, you're going to say it because you want the job. But the reality is that you're none of those things. So the agents, though, are,
They're not
conditioned.
going to risk like their business
They're
or
not
their
going to risk
brand.
their relationship or their business to say, oh, yeah, this girl has great, gorgeous blonde hair when she's got a short brunette bob. Like, we're not going to do that, because all we're going to do is alienate that client. They're never going to call us again. So we kind of have to tell the truth to them, to make sure that they
you
like
would
our
get
people.
in trouble. Like, that agency would lose that client and it would spread like wildfire. It'd be like the gossip. Yeah,
to make sure they like our people and return to us at a later date. So you always want return business, if you can get it. So by telling them, oh, they're 5'10" when they're 5'6", or, oh, they're a size 2 when they're a size 12, is not smart. But the average person will lie. So therefore, they cannot put these castings publicly because you're just going to lie to fit in.
and not only that, but a freelance may or may not show up, which means if you have a production staff and crew and a location and a studio, if you don't show up, you're liable for every dollar that they laid out, which means goodbye. I mean, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. So that's why.
And also there's no accountability. I mean, when people are wanting to be models and actors, it's more of a dream. So when so if you put it out to the public and it actually does happen, and, oh, great, we're doing this shoot tomorrow at 6 a.m. and, you got to be here, and your dream is kind of put in reality, and you're like, I don't want to get up at 5 a.m. to be there.
Family emergency. Something came up. Can we do it tomorrow?
Yeah, so you think it's that kind of appointment, like a dentist appointment or picking up your dry cleaning, where you can just go whenever you want. That's just not how it works. So you need an agent to put the fear of God and to also make them financially accountable, and also, make sure they show up. Because if you don't have that third person to put the pressure on them to make sure they show up, make sure they look good, make sure they're showered, make sure they're ready, then you're running the risk. I always laugh when these photographers put up posts on Instagram like, I have a free day today because the model I had canceled. I always reply, like, you should have called an agency. Like, when you don't call an agency, that's what you get. Models don't show up.
I want everybody to type common sense. If you were an agent, who would you pick? Somebody off of like Craigslist, or would you go ahead and call an agent who literally pre-screen talent? I want you guys to play the casting director. Who would you pick? Somebody off of just a website? What? Who would you pick? Let's play the casting director right now. Who would you pick? An agent or just a website? Who would you pick?
Well, they're all picking Ryan Colby specifically.
Well, of course, he's the best, but I'm just saying he's not always successful, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it is common sense, because I would never,
Yeah.
I wouldn't, sometimes photographers mean well, and they're in smaller markets and they're scared to call bigger market agencies because they're intimidated. And I
Yeah,
get that. And they'll just reach out to the public for something, especially
Yeah.
if you're doing a small job. Like if you're paying, if you're doing a small little job in your town in Rhode Island or Michigan, and you're doing a bridal job or you're shooting a small little job and you want to reach out to the public, go right ahead. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're in a major market like New York or LA or Miami, clients don't do that because there's millions of people here in New York. If you put out an ad that we're casting for Marc Jacobs or Nike or, Clinique, do you know how many six figures amount of people would show up to your
it would
office?
look like, yeah, it would be
There'd
like
be 100,000
the
people
voice auditions. Yeah.
within an hour, but standing in front of your office trying to be the new face of Clinique. Why would you do that? Like, it just makes common sense. Like, nobody does that. It doesn't happen. It's a select group of faces that you see because you already have an idea of what you want. You've told the casting director. The casting director has reached out to the agency saying, we need a redhead. That looks like this. That's this height. That's this age bracket. And so that makes the pool much smaller, and those are the faces that show up to your office. And you can go through that in one day, pick who you want, do the shoot. You put it out into public,
It'll take you
you're
days.
Hey,
you're
Ryan,
looking
can I ask you a question? When talent get those brand ambassador, like the influencer stuff, like on their Facebook or their Instagrams, and then they affiliate themselves with that, or they model for those types of things, could that ever deter them booking work in the future with real brands?
Yes, because
Okay.
the A-level brands or the real brands will see that you affiliated yourself with their competition, even if it's teeny tiny competition, it still is a conflict of interest, and they won't want to work with you because they're for fear that you may have a contract with them, for fear that it just looks stupid. It makes them look stupid. It makes you look stupid. So they just shy away from that. If it's a legitimate offer from a company to be a brand ambassador, and these things do exist, it is done the proper way, and thought is put into it, because if you agree to do something for a sneaker company or a fragrance or skincare, you need to be aware that for the next maybe year, 2 years, 5 years, however long the agreement is for, you can't do another one. So you need to be confident that this is the one I want to work for, because in a year or two, when your career advances and a bigger company comes along that's skincare based or fragrance based and wants to work with you, and you already did this smaller version or smaller line, you need to be happy with that choice, because they won't allow you to work for the bigger brand. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes these things do happen where and that's in advertising too, not just brand ambassador. A lot of girls and guys always have a quandary on what to pick. A job comes in, like a real job, like say for Davidoff, and you're a guy and they want you for Davidoff, but you're still a new model. You've been around for a year, maybe two, and they want you. You have to sit down and talk to your agent and be like, should I take this? Because what if in 2 to 3 years I blow up even more? And now, Armani wants me for a fragrance, which is triple the money, and it's a bigger fragrance. Yeah. I can't do it because I did Davidoff, so it goes both ways, small jobs and big jobs. And some, when I worked at IMG, we had a boy named Matthew Soma who on the same day got booked for YSL and Abercrombie and couldn't do both. So we had to choose. I chose YSL because it's a bigger brand. Yeah. He was in tears because he's a teenager and he didn't even know what YSL was. He wanted to do Abercrombie because all his friends knew what Abercrombie was. But unfortunately, Abercrombie, it's cute, but it doesn't have cachet. Like, no one's impressed that you did Abercrombie, but they are impressed when you do YSL. So we had to choose because 2 offers were on the table. And those are some of the choices that come up with brand ambassadors. Sometimes when legitimate brand ambassador opportunities come up, you have to choose whether you want to do this now or later, because sometimes the answer is don't do this now, even if it's an okay, cute, legit offer, because in a year or two, when your book is better, you're a stronger model, you look better, you've done some acting, you whatever, better offers will come, and you don't want to alienate those clients by doing this lesser client right now. So usually when people don't have representation and they fall for this silly trickery that goes on Instagram and Facebook, then you've really stepped in it, because it's impossible to get you out of that hole once you've stepped in it. And once you've done these silly little tagging and brand ambassadors.
Okay, well,
for
I'm gonna piggyback on this one. What about when someone works with a photographer they found online? Maybe they got like photos for free, or they're up and coming. They found a photographer and they're just trying to get photos done in their local market, or they did like a fashion show where they tried to sell tickets or get votes to be in a magazine. Could that deter future bookings? with
Yeah,
brands?
yeah. Well, in order of stupidity.
Oh, in
it's
order of
the-
stupidity. I
In
love
order
this.
of stupidity.
Happy Saturday.
It's the magazines, the fake magazine voting thing,
Yeah.
which is bizarre. Then the brand ambassador, and then the photography. The one that can be forgiven is the photography part, because agents do understand that you're living in St. Louis and you don't have access to the talent that we do photography wise. So if you've taken a few bad pictures or did a few silly, stupid photo shoots, but you still have to look, you still have to drive, you still have the, capability of modeling professionally, we'll forgive that, because how would you possibly have gotten access to major photographers in LA and New York chilling in the Midwest? So we'll forgive that. What we won't forgive is the other two, because those to us is a little more common sense driven, where if you're that dumb to fall for that you are now a model for Maybelline because you bought some mascara, you're an idiot and I don't want you in my agency.
You're not a model, you're a consumer.
Yeah, you're a consumer.
It's kind of like going to Macy's and buying a pair of Calvin Klein jeans folded right there when you walk into the store. You're not a Calvin Klein model. You bought the jeans and you tried them, like, silly.
Yeah.
Like,
but unfortunately,
Yeah.
when they believe that they are modeling for these brands, it shows a level of stupidity that I can't get with. So, I believe me, I have plenty of stupid boys, but once that level crosses,
But at least they're pretty. But go on.
once that level crosses a certain level, I can't save you. So therefore, when you do stuff like that, we're less forgiving. We can forgive bad photo shoots because it happens. It's part of life. It even happens in New York. Believe me, you can come to New York and still there are bad photographers everywhere. New York doesn't have the exclusive on amazing photographers. There are idiots here too, but they're just lesser. They're less idiots here.
And the other thing too is with the photography as well, is like, I think part of the reason you can forgive it is that at least people are getting in front of the camera and getting more comfortable in front of the camera too. So you kind of think of it as like it's like kind of like training wheels for photography as well.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with photography. You can take an amazing model in, Iowa who's amazing. And even if you're a subpar photographer, I can still see that this person can work.
Yeah.
They just stupidly shot with you. That I can just take them out of that scenario and move them into my world and everything will be better. So that's why I can forgive bad photography, because it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. People have dreams. They're sitting in Iowa. Oh my God, I want to be a model. My friend Bob is a photographer. Let me go shoot with him. I can't really knock someone for doing that, because that's a natural thing to do.
Yeah.
Just like anything. But the other stuff to me is a little more intelligence based.
Yeah.
And so therefore I'm less forgiving on those.
Yeah, it's pretty common sense that having people buy votes isn't going to get you on the cover of a magazine. That's not the way
No.
vote works.
I know. I don't know where that came from. And sometimes these magazines buy into it. I mean, I don't know. They see that it gets eyes on them, and now with the magazine industry being so endangered, they just jump in. They're like, you know what? Let's play along for a minute. See how many more subscribers we can get.
Yeah.
So,
Right. So Brian, a lot of people on here are ready to get started. Okay. They're ready to hit the ground running, but maybe they
Mhm.
don't know like what the first steps are. So can you walk us through the first like 90 days of what you do to prepare your models for being put into
a
the
lot,
mix?
yeah, a lot of it is personality based. I wait and see who's ready to go to that next level, next photographer, next situation. The first 90 days are different for every single person, but the basics are when you come into New York, you're kind of mildly stripped of your identity because I'm trying to create a person that needs to be sold to clients. It sounds sounds bad verbally when you say it, but that's the reality
Sold.
of this industry. Because
Well,
if you're not being
I mean, the
sold to
reality is
them,
that
if you're not a commerce based, if your face and body and look isn't creating commerce, then I don't know what you are, but you're not a
it's
model.
marketing.
So
Models are
yeah.
here. Models are marketing material for you.
Yeah, they're marketed to clients, whether it be athletic, high fashion, beauty, commercial, lifestyle. They're still being marketed, and your identity has to be secondary because I'm trying to create one. You could be the funny guy, you could be the sex symbol, you could be, the beauty girl. You could
And
be the
that's not
edgy.
something you decide. That's something that an agent decides, by the
Yeah,
way.
you could be the
Okay, just
edgy
putting it
girl,
out
the
there.
edgy guy. You could be the edgy girl, the edgy guy. So all of that persona is created by me, but it has to come from somewhere. So I have to see it in you, and then I just amplify it, make it bigger, make it more, get more eyes on you, exaggerate it for, so people can see it. So I'll have you shot that way multiple times to make sure I get what I want, image wise, because not every shoot turns out amazing. Some of them are a good, 7 out of 10. Some are an 8 out of 10. Some are a 10 out of 10. Some are a 5 out of 10. It just, the day brings you stuff and you just never know what you're going to get.
And right,
So
sometimes you have
that's why
models
you have
go
to
on
shoot
multiple
multiple
test
times.
shoots. Yeah,
That's
that's what I was
why you have
just
to shoot
saying.
Great
multiple
minds
times.
think
because
alike.
Not
I'm sharing
everything
my
is a
mind
10.
today. He has it.
Not
Yeah.
not everything is a 10. It's impossible to be that way. Not every shoot is a 10. Even for the top models, sometimes when the magazines come out, the agents are like, that's okay. It's not amazing. It's just okay. And this is a working girl who, or working guy who you see all the time. Some shoots are like, your mouth is open, it's so stellar. And in some shoots, you're like, nah, that was okay. So
What was the technical
anyway,
term? Nah. Okay.
meh, M-E-H.
Oh,
Meh.
meh. Okay. We're gonna get a shirt.
Don't be mad.
But some shoots are amazing and some are meh. But the point is that you have to be shooting a lot. So the amazing quotient is higher. You shoot every once in a while, then you're out of practice, you're rusty, you're not giving your best, you're not as movable, you're not as interesting because you're not as confident. The more you shoot, the more confidence you get. So therefore, the chances of you getting a 10 out of 10 shoot are much higher.
Yeah.
So that's why I have the guys shooting 3, 4, 5 days a week, because out of those 5 days, one of those days is going to be stellar. One of those days is going to be okay, and everything in between.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like being an athlete. You have to always be practicing. That's why.
And some days you're gonna throw the ball,
Tom
and
Brady.
yeah, some days you're gonna, hit the ball every time it's thrown at you, and some days you're gonna miss everything. It just happens.
I love when Ryan gives sports analogies. It's my favorite.
I'm just glad he's not talking about the
I know
Phillies
you.
right now.
I know you hit something in what's baseball.
Balls. You could say balls, Ryan.
You hit balls in baseball, but not every player that stands up to the plate hits the ball.
We're looking
Sometimes
at
they
you, the
do,
Philadelphia Phillies
and
from last night in the ninth
sometimes
inning.
they don't. So, and when they don't, it doesn't mean their career sucks. It just means it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You know. So anyway, same with models.
Paint the models.
How many of you guys, let me ask you a question. How many of you guys would love to have Ryan Colby critique your photos or have Ryan working with you? If you would love that, type
Meh,
MH.
Meh.
be all right. Be fine.
Meh.
It's called Colbyism. I would love to get a shirt that said Colbyisms.
And just
Could
have a
you
whole
have
bunch
so
of them on the
many?
back.
Don't you have like a web page with Colbyisms, like things Colby says?
There's a Facebook page.
Yeah, a Facebook page.
I think he's really the administrator of the Facebook page, even
No,
though he
I
acts like it's
absolutely am
annoying.
not. I actually tried to have it taken down several times, and I'm not the administrator, so therefore, no.
Look at that.
Santiago started it years
Oh.
ago.
Santiago.
Mhm.
Santiago, the nemesis.
Mhm.
It's like a soap opera.
One of my models started it because I guess he thought it would be funny. But.
It is funny. And I'm going to find it and I'm going to like it. Love it. Share it. It's going to be one of our fan favorites on the VIP Ignite Live page.
Recommended page for VIP Ignite Live.
It's going to be part of the welcome page. Perfect.
Yep. It'll be fabulous.
I think we should start a Colby cocktail. Do you want to?
Yeah,
A
well,
Colby
we
cocktail.
could start a Colby cocktail
I
right
do
now. if
the
you want.
same thing all the time, so it wouldn't really be original.
A Cosmo.
I'm fairly
twist.
predictable. I'm fairly predictable.
You
I don't like
are very
change.
predictable.
I don't like doing different things. I'm very sedentary. I like what I like, and that's it.
This is true. And just so you know, your skin looks impeccable today. Did you do something different? I see a little shimmer today.
There's a
Is it
shimmer.
because of Finding Fame?
I decided to step it up today because of the
Oh,
book
you stepped
club.
it up.
So you
Yeah,
normally
the
don't show up
October
in your A
Bootcamp.
game?
Say that again.
I will let Mr. Fumpkin know you stepped it up today. He will be very impressed with today's look.
I thought you always showed up on your A game. Now I'm really disappointed.
You did it for Mikey. It's his
Oh,
bestie.
I do my A game, but I don't need to physically show up that way. I could do this in my sleep, literally.
Of course you can.
We know,
Yeah.
Mr. Colby.
He
We-
was
I don't
on
need
time
to
today.
I don't
He
need
was
to
early.
physically do it. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Just depends on my mood.
We have people asking about how is your skin so flawless, and also about the makeup. Can you give us a
How is
little
my-
sneak peek into Ryan Colby's routine? Oops. We
Oh
lost
my
him.
God, Michael. Sorry. Hold on.
Is Michael
hold on.
texting you while we're
Yes.
hosting a call?
Yeah, so I wanted to see what he was texting. Anyway, I
Best-selling
don't,
author takes control. I
don't.
mean, this is who he is now.
I don't do anything at night. I only do stuff when I'm physically awake. So
Wait, I don't think if you want to hear about Ryan Colby's skin regime, you're gonna have to stay on till the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give
give
a
it all
quick
away.
1 minute. I'll give a quick 1 minute thing since like 5 people just asked.
Okay.
All
Give
right.
the people what they want, Colby.
I only do stuff in the mornings, so I exfoliate and moisturize in the morning with cocoa. I exfoliate with a scrub, and then I moisturize with
Not just
cocoa
any
butter.
scrub. Apricot St. Ives.
Yeah,
Go
apricot
on.
scrub, St. Ives,
You
and
get
then
it at any drugstore.
I use the coconut oil for
Of
my
course.
face. Lately, I've been using a toner, which I've been using for like 6 months, and it's cute.
It's cute.
So I use that before. I'm getting older, so I no longer have the juiciness of my 20s and 30s, you know.
He's
So,
now 40.
and 40s. No, 51.
Happy
But
birthday.
I no longer have the juiciness, so I have to use the toner, which is fine. I'm good with that. And then I use just powder from MAC, and a few other things, and that's it. Luckily, I mean, not to sound arrogant, but most of it's natural. I don't have to do a lot, So
Nice.
I like when Ryan goes to Fashion Week and he brings me back stuff. That's always my favorites.
yeah, I don't have to do that much yet. I mean, we'll see how the next year.
To fly it all over your head, we have.
We'll see how the years go, but
I
I
think
plan
Ryan's like a
on-
vampire. He's like 100, I think.
I know, I don't
His
think he
skin-
ages.
His skin has looked the same since I met him. So keep up the good work. Whatever you're doing, it works, Ryan.
yeah.
So if you want perfect skin, I hope you wrote that skin because that's the formula. Just do what Ryan does.
yeah, well,
Okay, stop asking Ryan. I thought you wanted to be an actor or model. Your skin it's okay. Oh,
well,
Ryan,
sometimes tips are important.
taking over the boot camp
sometimes.
again. All right. Hashtag secret formula. Now it's trending. Okay, perfect. Of course, Bella the ball, like usual.
All right.
This is why we can't have Ryan on too early.
Yeah.
All right, guys, please stay on for us because we want to help you with.
Everything else you want.
Oh
do.
my God.
We want to help you elevate your success. So,
All right.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
yes, sir.
And I hope everyone learned something today. And
No, it was very helpful.
thanks for helping make the book #1. Whoever's on this call that bought one.
Should we toast before Ryan Colby leaves?
Should
Yeah.
we
Can we toast? Can we toast you before you leave?
Yeah. Where's my glass? I had a glass.
Hold on. Okay, let's see here.
Wait, where's my glass? Oh, it's right here.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
We'll do real drinks when we see you in a couple of weeks.
This is real.
Okay, hold on. Well, ours is. Let's see if I.
Oh my God! Don't.
I'll
break
be right back. I'm gonna go open this so it doesn't explode all over my set. I'll be right back. You guys
And the
talk amongst
computer.
yourselves.
Be careful with that computer.
We'll do
That looks like a new.
real
That
drinks
looks like a
in
new.
Soho
That looks like
in
a
like
new
4
screen.
weeks.
That looks like a new screen.
What?
The screen that the computer screen.
This?
No, the thing in front of you. Isn't that a screen? What you're looking at?
What I'm this?
No, the screen to the whatever.
Oh,
forget it.
yeah.
The monitor.
Listen,
Is
I'm
it
never
new?
I'm never here
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
usually
no,
at
I know
home.
that. I know
with my co-host Kaden.
Okay.
you know.
All right, coming back.
Yay.
Obviously, bartending is not my forte, but all right. Are you guys ready to cheers with us? Are you ready to hold on, you first?
Mm.
And there's no alcohol in that.
We have a whole boot camp to do, Colby.
Could you imagine?
All right. Cheers to #1 bestseller.
I've done many photo shoots with a couple cocktails.
Ryan.
Ryan Colby. To all of the fearless rebels who are on here with us.
You guys made this happen.
Thank you.
And you know what the best part is? The next book. Here's to your success. We have a whole book to fill up, so make it a good one.
Yes. Cheers.
The juicier, the better. Sells more copies.
Cool.
Mm,
All right, well, guys,
Actually
learn
pretty
something
tasty.
today
tasty.
learn something today from the other speakers, and stay on the call. And stay on the call tomorrow, and I will see you tomorrow at some point.
I'll see you tomorrow. I can't text us later and let us know what you're wearing. Tomorrow is the Halloween edition.
Is
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Halloween's like next week.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Will you
That's
be
my
trick or treating?
anniversary. Absolutely not. That's my anniversary. I moved to New York on Halloween night.
I remember that. You know what? We're going to save that story for tomorrow. You can tell us all about that.
Oh yeah, sure.
It's always a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do not do trick or treating. It is never happening. I did it once. I think I was like 9. It was annoying then, and I'm sure it's annoying now.
What did you dress up as?
When I was 9, I think I was Scooby-Doo, and I wore one of those hideous plastic costumes from the 70s.
I need your mom to text me a photo of this
I'll
for
text her
tomorrow.
now.
I was Scooby-Doo. I was either Scooby-Doo or I only dressed up for Halloween 2 times in my life.
Yeah.
And I think I was Scooby-Doo one step for sure I was, because I was a big fan. I loved Scooby-Doo. And I think the second time I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well,
I've only done it twice. I'm not a fan, not into it. I find the whole thing, it's too much work.
it's too much work. All right. Well,
Yeah.
happy Halloween to everybody. I hope that was inspirational. Okay.
Thank you for your TED talk. We'll see you
Dream
tomorrow.
killer.
It's too much work.
Too much work.
So, all right. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks, Mr. Colby.
Okay. Thanks again. Thank you,
Yeah.
everyone. See you. Bye.
It's always,
It's all you never know.
we never know.
It's
what's
always
gonna
an
come out of this mouth.
adventure.
We never know.
It's always an adventure with Mr. Colby.
Okay.
All
So
right.
what's next?
Well, let's talk more about finding fame. So
Yeah.
let's talk about some of the people that were in the book, because everyone on here, they're all here because they want to hit the ground running. They all want to elevate their success. So why don't we talk about some of the speakers in the books? Like, what's one of your favorite stories? How about we talk about Pat Addis, and she's like the fairy godmother of VIP Ignite.
Pat Addis, feisty Pat. Well, I'll never forget one of the very first times I saw a Broadway show when I was very little. I saw Phantom of the Opera with my parents in New York City, and it was amazing at the Majestic Theater. And when I ended up moving, or I came up to visit Mike and I had worked together. If you read Finding Fame,
When you read
when
Finding
you
Fame.
read Finding Fame, Mike and I worked together at an old company. Mike and I saw Phantom of the Opera, and there was a gentleman in it who's also in the book, Howard McGillen, and it was just so amazing. Like, if you've never seen Phantom of the Opera, I mean, it shut down, which is just so sad in New York City. But it was just unbelievable. And we fell in love with Broadway. And later on, we got introduced to the head of Warner Brothers casting, believe it or not. His name, Robert Russell, who's also in the book. Robert Russell, the head of the vice president of Warner Brothers casting for all of North America. And again, that's a whole nother chapter of the book. But Pat Addis, we met at Robert Galinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach, again, part of VIP Ignite, part of the book as well, Finding Fame. It's just all who you surround yourself with. I mean, success breeds success. But we met Pat Addis at his monologue slam up in New York City. And so Mike and I, we ended up being judges at this monologue slam. And I'll never forget, we show up to New York City. At the time we were living in Philly. So we drove like 3 states. And like everybody's kind of like, introducing themselves before this monologue slam, where everybody kind of goes up and they do their monologues. And Robert Galinsky says, hey, I want you to meet somebody before this. There was probably about like 150 people in this like event space that are going to go up and kind of like do like this 2-minute monologue to compete to like win best monologue, in New York. And then they like compete to win like best overall, just like kind of like just to win this like trophy. And I said, well, who is this woman? And she's like in her 70s. He said, she pretty much runs Broadway in New York. She's pretty feisty. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't know anything about Broadway other than like going to see Phantom of the Opera. Like, that's pretty much my extent. And he goes, well, she's pretty feisty. You're pretty feisty. And I think you guys will get along. And so I was like, that's it. That's all I have to go by. So
Thanks for the help.
Yeah, that was it. So I went up to her and I kind of watched her for a second, and she was kind of scary. Like, I was intimidated. And Michael said, like, just be yourself. And I went up to her and she kind of looked at me like, yes. And I was like, oh God, like she's kind
Sounds like her.
like she's kind of like very New York, like kiss the ring. I was like, oh dear. And we ended up hitting it off. And
It wasn't right immediately that you hit it
No,
off.
no,
Tell that part of
no.
the story. That's the page 6 part of the story.
Yeah. So she kind of said, "What do you do?" And I said, "Oh, well, my name is Alicia King. This is Michael Funkin. We own a company called VIP." And she said, "And what is that?" And I said, "Oh, well, we help aspiring models, actors, and musicians, network with top people in the industry." She goes, "But what do you do?" And I said, "Well, she goes, "But you don't do anything. Do you produce?" And I said, "No, we actually introduce." And she goes, "But you don't actually do anything. So you introduce talent to people that actually do things." And I said, oh. And it kind of hit me. And she said, "You're the journey, not the destination."
Ooh.
And I said, "That's kind of hurtful." And I said, "It's not so easy to talk to people like you." And she said, "No, it's not. I've worked very hard to get to this level." And I said to her, "Well, how the hell do you become you?" And so we became fast friends, because you don't just become you. She's won like 16 Tony Awards. And long story, we ended up going out to dinner. We became friends. We ended up getting a radio show with CBS. And I'll never forget when she came on our radio show, she goes, "I want to introduce you to people." She goes, "I was being truthful when I said, you introduce people, like literally, like imagine," and I do this on my calls, "This is you and this is where you want to be." So like VIP Ignite's kind of like the line, like, okay, you're here and you're trying to get here. We're just the line to introduce you to people here.
Yeah.
Right. So sometimes like when we first started the company, I would like cry going, "Oh my God, we're just kind of getting people like here, like introducing people." And sometimes Mike and I wouldn't even get a thank you. "Oh, well, we met our agent. We met like the head of A&R. We would meet, casting directors, and we would barely get a thank you if somebody got signed." So she said, "Why don't you become the producer? Why don't you become the destination?" And I said, we didn't want the credit. We just wanted to help people. And she said, "I would love to help you get into Broadway." And I laughed at with Michael. I go, "But we don't sing or dance." She goes, "Well, why don't you come with me to a production meeting?" I said, "What does that entail?" She goes, "I'm going to give you an address. Come, dress up, bring your checkbook." I go, "Bring my checkbook." So Mike and I, we end up staying in the city. We end up going to this, we take a cab, we show up to this place, and it's like on the Upper West Side. I felt like we were in like Gossip Girl. This gorgeous mansion on the Upper West Side. It's this beautiful, like white mansion, something like out of a movie.
Like the Gilded Age.
Like the that's exactly what it was. White glove,
Oh,
like gorgeous. Like you're like, does somebody live here? It looks like a huge mansion. Like you notice these apartments in New York City are like a box, right? Like a shoebox. This is opulent, like beautiful. Like you think like, oh my gosh, like Rockefeller would live here.
wow.
Like something out of a storybook. And she says, "Right this way." And it's like the who's who that's in there. Like baby grand piano, like just something out of a movie. And I look at Michael, and Pat Addis is there. She's like literally like waiting for us outside, like right when you walk in. And we go in, and it's the producer, all the producers for a Broadway show. They're giving us like a storybook of what the Broadway show's about. And so what Pat was doing, she was the leading producer. So it's like Pat Addis presents, and it was a brand new show she was working on. The cast, the crew, the choreographer, the set designers, the costumers, like everybody was there. And they performed, not the whole show. They sang that the pianist was there. And at the end, it was kind of like a cash call. And Mike and I sat there, and we were going through the book, and I was like, literally my jaw was open, and I was like, and Pat's like, "What do you think?" I was like it was very good. They're passing around champagne and appetizers. And she said, "Do you want in?" And I was like, "In on what?" And I was like, "Where do we buy tickets?" She's like, "I want you to join this production."
Whoa.
And
What
I
does
was
that
like,
feel like?
I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" She goes, "I would like you to produce." I was like, "Produce? What? I don't know anything about producing." Now, this is one thing I really want to explain to you. In New York City, to be asked to produce, and I didn't understand this, you literally have to get picked. Like you have to know somebody in Broadway She's like the head of like the Broadway League, like the Drama Desk Awards. Like think Regina George, Mean Girls. She's Regina George. So she's like the top, right? She is like the top of the food chain. Not only did she meet us through Robert Galinsky, and we met Robert Galinsky through the vice president of Warner Brothers casting for all of North America. So like we worked the system, but then Miss Ballsy here, well, how do we become you? And then she's like, let's go out to dinner. And then here I am. And I asked Michael, like, can I banter with her? Like, can I really banter with her? And he's like, go full throttle. But I guess like she really appreciated the fact that I was like, no, really, how did you do this? And the fact that I guess she told me, I see a lot of myself in you, because she couldn't get where she got unless she was inquisitive. Like, no, really, how did you do this? No, really, what did you do? Because before she did Broadway, back then as a female in New York City, she was a single mother in New York City with 3 kids running a marketing company. I mean, back then as a female in a male dominant world and struggling, and then become number 1. And then literally selling her business and like creating a production company and then running Broadway. She was like, and she told me, because I'm her protege, like she literally showed me and she said, I'm going to teach you everything I know, step by step by step. And so when we went to the production meeting, she said, you showed up. I didn't know if you would. So I think it was a test. So just by saying yes. So then when we ended up going, and Mike and I said, oh my God. And I said something really silly to her. I said, can I sleep on it?
Ooh, they're your favorite words.
And she said to me, no. Because she said, you would talk yourself out of it. She said, you and I both know you're here because you wouldn't be here unless you were serious. And we ended up investing. And she said, cut a check for speed. You want to do this. You got in this room because of who you are. And so when we were there in a room with Sigourney Weaver, Alien, Avatar, and thank God we were in that room. We win. And guess what? We won the Tony Award. And it was insane. And you know what? It wasn't like, oh, let's just produce a Broadway show because it sounds sexy. We won the Tony Award because our mentor, it wasn't guaranteed, but we couldn't fail because 1, proven track record for success. 2, we knew that being in that room, because we researched everybody, right? After the fact, of course, but we knew that even just having access, having the proximity with the proof, even getting the vicinity, building a brand, learning the ropes, we knew that even helping our talent learn more about Broadway, even getting those connections would help every single person. And it paid off because it's kind of like going to Vegas, right? When you win blackjack, you're like, all in, let's do it again. And then we went on to produce 4 shows. And then now we're working on 2 more. So the story with Pat Addis, I mean, and she's one of my best friends today. Actually, she wants to officiate my wedding, which is, she's the sweetest. She's really tough. And
she really is. Do you remember when she came to the premiere of Target?
She scares me today. She still scares me. She loves me. Oh my God. She loves my son. She loves Caden. I'll never forget when I had the baby, she called me on FaceTime and just like, why is she calling you on FaceTime? You just had your son. Cause I told him, because she kept calling my phone. Cause I told him, like when I was getting rolled away, I said, please text Pat, I'm going in. She's like my second mom. Please text Pat, I'm going in. And I'll never forget. He's like, she's calling you on FaceTime. I'm like, answer. He's like, you just got out. Like I
remember.
As soon as I had Caden, I said, call my mom, call Danina, Mike, and call Pat. That's the rule. The 3. That's the Trinity. Call my mom, Danina, Mike, and Pat. That's the rule. So
I remember the first time I met Pat Addis. It was at an event in New York. Oh my God. Mike was like, she's like, she's like this tall, and she's like, she has a voice like Glenn to the Good Witch. You're gonna love her
Until she
And-
opens her mouth. She's,
oh my gosh,
she's feisty.
go do this, go do that.
She's
Like,
all New York. I don't mean New York bad, but
she doesn't cut the
I
Hold
seem
on.
sweet.
yeah.
I'm a cherry pie.
Yeah, Pat Addis makes people sweat. Like I remember she was at one of our events in New York, and I was wearing jeans that had holes in them. She's like, "Hun, I don't understand why anyone wears dungarees with holes in them." And I was like, "Oh,
But you know what? Every year we go to the Tony Awards together. True story. So the first year we went to the Tony, this is actually a really good story. When we won the Tony, I'll never forget this. Mikey was wearing a tux, and Brandon, Michael's son, was there. And we were up against Tom Hanks and the Lucky Guy. And we were this is our Broadway show. And Ryan Colby did my hair and makeup. And I know there's pictures, usually I'm at my home office, and you guys, if you've seen it, like usually like my picture is there, I'm in the blue dress. But Ryan Colby did my hair and makeup, and Mikey's in his tux and Brandon's in his tux, and we're sitting there, and like Sigourney Weaver's like right there. Tom Hanks is like just a couple of seats up, and we're at Radio City Music Hall, and it's like 100 million degrees, and Michael's like sweating. I thought he was going to pass out, and the seats are like so tiny. And so they're like literally announcing like all the names of the shows. And when you're at your award show and you're like sitting in the audience, this is a true story. And I think we talk about it in Finding Fame. And so like you see the name of your show. It's the craziest thing, because you watch these award shows like at home, and like you're like, whatever, you know what I mean? Like whatever. And like you kind of watch it, you're like, oh, I like that show. But you're like, when it's your show and it's surreal and you're in the audience and it's like your money, a lot of money on the table, and it's like, oh my God. It's like, can I go back to work tomorrow? Do I need to sell my home? Am I going to be able to like cover my own bills? Or like, am I going to be able to put cheese on my burgers? Like, oh my God, is this going to be okay? Am I going to be the laughing stock? Is like my sister going to tell me at Christmas, like, haha, I told you so. Like, what is going to happen tomorrow? You know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen? And I'll never forget.
I'm sweating, and I know the answer."
It's so crazy. So like, you see the name of your show, and then like they play an excerpt from the show, and then you see Tom Hanks show, and then you see Tom Hanks and everybody clapping, and you're like, damn you, Tom Hanks. You know, you see all these other shows, and then
Damn
it's
you, Tom
quiet.
Hanks.
And I'll never forget me. And then like me, Mike, and Brent, we're all holding hands, we're all shaking. And then all of a sudden they say the name of the show, and we're like, tears. It was the craziest thing. And Pat's like, yes. And we all started screaming and crying. And then like we all like were freaking out. And then I'll never forget, like we all ended up going to where did we go, Mikey? Tavern on the Green. It
Oh,
was
wow.
and then Billy Crystal's there, everybody. And that's where I ended up meeting Alan Zweibel, Saturday Night Live.
Oh wow.
And that's Finding Fame, Alan Zweibel, Saturday Night Live, Larry David, Curb Your Enthusiasm. Like this is how Finding Fame, this is what we do. Lasagna effect. Success. This is what you do. Everybody's successful. They all know successful people. So Finding Fame, I mean, this is it. This is what we do. But you know what's funny? When we went to the Tonys, I'll never forget. Pat Addis said to us the craziest thing. I said, you know what's really weird? Because I went to the bathroom. I said, there was a woman in there like screaming. I think it was Cyndi Lauper. She goes, it was. She was in the stall next to you.
What?
And I said, she didn't have any security. She goes, of course not, honey. You just need security to get in. There's no security allowed inside. Why would you need security? And I said, really? So when we went in, Hugh Jackman bowed down to Pat Addis. Pat Addis is like the head of the
It's just
Broadway.
like the stall.
Yeah. And actually, Neil Patrick Harris was the one that got VIP Ignite's Inner Circle into the Magic Castle a couple of years back.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Talk about that. Talk about Inner Circle and talk about the Magic Castle. Like that's,
Oh my gosh.
that's really cool.
So cool. So like our VIP Ignite Inner Circle, we have about 25, maybe 30 members
Yeah.
right now.
Yep.
It's our top tier. It's like the who's who of our company.
Yeah.
And like we do some really cool coveted stuff. Like we do like red carpet events, we do special dinners, special like meet and greets with some like over the years, we've had like the head writer for like X-Men, Wolverine, the head writer for Transformers. We've had, oh my gosh, we've run in mansions in the Hollywood Hills, had Emmy winners. We've even had people that work with Leonardo DiCaprio. But one year we went to Magic Castle. And if you don't know what Magic Castle is, you can Google it. It is harder to get into Magic Castle than the Emmy Awards. It's in Hollywood, California. And it is super coveted. You legit have to be an actual magician to get in, like a Lance Burton, David Copperfield. It is like super exclusive. So I asked Pat Addis, and Pat knows everybody. Actually, Pat Addis's producing partner is Mary Cassette. Mary Cassette's husband is Pierre Cassette. Google him. Pierre Cassette created the Grammy Awards. So again, when it comes to networking, Pat don't play. So Pat Addis is friends with Neil Patrick Harris. So I said to Pat, I said, I really want to take the Inner Circle somewhere. And it was like one of the very first years. And Cynthia Bazukowicz was with us. I said, I need like 15 people. We want to go somewhere cool in Hollywood. What do you suggest? She goes, Magic Castle. So we go, and I said, could you get us in? She goes, let me see what we could do. I'll ask a favor. So she didn't tell me who got us in. So she ends up getting us in. She still didn't tell me. And she says, honey, it's very exclusive. Just so you know, they have a no cell phone policy.
Did you start sweating?
I said, what do you mean? She goes, well, you could use your cell phone to take pictures outside. But once you check in, they're not going to take your phone, but no cell phones allowed inside, not to even check a message, not even in the bathrooms. I said, what do you mean? She goes, if they see you even check your phone, no pictures, they're not going to tell you to put it away. They will escort you out with security.
Holy mackerel.
And you will be banned for life. I said,
God.
What? And if you know me, I'm always on my phone. Like I was literally talking to Jeff to make sure like Kate and Nate, as though like I don't think my son eats. You know what I mean? Like my son is super vocal, like, French fries now. So when we went, they have a little red carpet, you check in, they check your bags. It's a whole thing. And it's super cool. Like they have a bookcase where like you go like this and like there's a secret bathroom. The cast of Pitch Perfect sat next to us. Anna Kendrick was right there. No cell phones allowed. Not even kidding. It was so gorgeous. Harry Houdini used to go. It was so cool. Unbelievable. And our Inner Circle got to go. Actually, I'd like to go back. So maybe we can plan that next time we go to LA. Would you like that?
I would love that because
You've never been.
I've driven by, but I've never been in.
The food is unbelievable. But you know what's really cool? So in the bar, the bartenders do really cool stuff, but like it's all famous people that go there, not just magicians, but like celebrities go there. And it's super cool.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, like David Copperfield, Jason Segel, like everybody goes there.
How many of you would love the opportunity to go to the Magic Castle? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
No phones.
Type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
No phones.
How many of you would be okay
No
leaving your
Apple
phone?
Watches. No,
Okay.
nothing.
Oh, what do I have?
You can't wear your Apple Watch.
Guess I'll have to wear a better watch.
No Apple Watches. But imagine having somebody like Brad Pitt, I don't know, Tom Brady right next to you. Not even a picture, Deneen White. Could you handle that?
Yes, because you're my photographer.
I couldn't.
I'm
not going to get banned for life.
You'd be freaking out, but I'd be like,
Not going to get banned for life. But it was unbelievable.
Was it magical?
It was. It was magical.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I did. That was really good. That was good improv. But it was magical. But you know what? It's kind of like being on set as an actor.
Yeah.
You can't bring your phone on set. You cannot take pictures on set. And you know what? That's another reason why they don't typically cast on websites, because they can't trust you. There's been a lot of people that this is, again, people taking TikToks, Instagrams, divulging, details that they shouldn't.
Yeah.
And it's happened one too many times.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm going to get followers by, hey, Suicide Squad, let me show you what's happening. But yeah, finding fame. Again, this is why we do what we do. So like some of these stories, like, and I really want you guys to understand, and this is why Mark Victor Hansen, Chicken Soup for the Soul, 500 million copies. You know, when Mike and I, over the years, we would always like pick people's brains, like even Alan Zweibel, you know, Saturday Night Live. He's a really good friend of ours. And I would be like, dude, I mean, Eddie Murphy, Will Ferrell, you know, literally Belushi, Gilda Radner, Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, like all these amazing people. Like, what was it really like? Tell me these stories about starting Saturday Night, like with Lauren Michaels. Tell me what it's like, you know, going through the audition process, writing. Tell me everything. And we'd sit there at dinner, and Mike and I are like, damn. And it's like so hard to like dinner conversation. I'm like, we need to like, can we record you? And that's why like finding fame, like it was so hard to like, it was embarrassing. Like, can I record this? That's why we created the book.
Yeah.
And not only that, but even like some of the struggles, like kind of like, Pat, no, really, how did you do this? So I want you guys to understand, if you bought the book, it's not like, oh, this is how they did it. No, this is like, hey, I went to New York with no money. Hey, I auditioned just like you. Hey, my friends and family made fun of me. Hey, I spent a lot of money. Hey, I didn't know what the F I was doing. Hey, my friends, you know, thought I was a loser. Hey, I sold everything to do this. Hey, I failed over and over and over again. I almost gave up. These are the stories you need to hear, because I guarantee you everything you're going through right now, homelessness, your friends and family, education, you know, brink of whatever, everything you're going through, I tell you what, this book is going to completely change your life.
Yeah, because you know what? The thing I love about finding fame is it's a roadmap to success,
Yeah.
but it's also a roadmap to overcoming.
Yeah.
Because you guys are here on this boot camp this weekend because you want to hit the ground running, right? How many of you are here because I want to hit the ground running? I'm here because I take this seriously. And we want to work with serious people. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, because I want you to understand that, like the people that we work with, they're looking for people that are ready to hit the ground running. They're not like Pat Addis said to you, and I love that so much. No, you're not allowed to sleep on it, because if you do, you're going to talk yourself out of it.
She said, why? She said, let me get this straight. After talking to you, you went to school for TV and film. So your entire life, you've been waiting for something amazing to happen. Now that it has, what rationale would you use? This is an opportunity you've literally dreamt about. But I'm sorry, what? And that was it.
Yeah. And I want you guys to think about that, because you know what, like when you're here because you take this seriously, you're here because you want to elevate your success. And that's what we do at VIP Ignite. What we do works. We have over 10,000 success stories. And actually one of our success stories is in finding fame. His name is Scott. Did you know Scott Irwin's in the book as well?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. Of course you did. So one of our talent, it's not only stories about people that we've worked with who have helped to elevate our success, but we had one of our talent in the book. When he first started working with us, he was a recovering accountant, is the way he put it. And he was like, oh, I can't keep doing accounting. Like it's sucking the life out of me. I've always wanted to be an actor. So he had the opportunity to start working with us. And we were actually watching a movie that he was in a couple of nights ago.
Wasn't he in a movie with Brad Pitt?
Yes. He was in, oh Lord Jesus. Hold on. It'll come to me in a moment. Yeah.
It was like,
yes, Vivian's like, you can't even remember the name of the movie. How could you forget the name of the movie? I'll Google it while we're doing this. But the thing I want you guys to understand is,
you know, it's successful when you have to Google a movie.
I'm going to Google the movie. But when he first started working with us, this was something he wanted to do. And he learned the framework for success. He went on an audition at one point for this movie. Oh, it's driving me. What is it? Babylon. Thank you. I could see it.
I see poster now.
Yeah, I know.
Said it.
But when he went on the audition for Babylon, like the reason he got the role, and he actually plays multiple parts in the movie, is because he followed directions. Like he knew he was showing.
It was a formula.
Yeah, he was showing up for success. So when he got the casting, they said that he needed to wear black socks and a white tank top, like a
white shirt.
Yeah, a white shirt. So he went in for the casting.
Wait, and he didn't have it. He
Yeah.
ended up going to Target.
Yeah, he was literally driving. He lives in Northern California, like Central California. So he was driving to the audition and he was like, okay, I don't have these white shirts. So he literally, as he was driving to the audition, stopped off at Target and bought an 8-pack because he couldn't buy one. And he put it on, he went into the audition.
Because he said, I don't want to chance it.
Yeah.
I don't want this to be the reason why I don't get it.
Yeah,
That's
because
what he said. Yeah.
plus when you get a casting, you have to follow the directions. But the reason that the story is so amazing is that he went in for that audition. He was wearing his black socks, his white shirt, and no one else showed up in the thing that they said. So not only did he get the role that he went for and he got fitted, but then he got another role as well in the movie because they were like, you're literally the only one who showed up. So now he was a part of a movie with Brad Pitt. And when you watch the movie,
director remembers.
yeah, and he gets repeat roles because he showed up for success.
And let me say this. So like, I'm sure all of you are here because you got my emails. Do you know how many times I send emails and people don't read them? I'm just going to put it out there. And I remember when you don't read the emails, it's like, oh, I don't have transportation. It's Zoom, or it's, can you call me? There's a link here. Did you click it? I mean, I'm sorry. Why would I call you? It's on Zoom. Like, so things like that drive me nuts. And I remember, number one, I have a photographic memory, so just put it out there. But number two, if you're trying to get into show business, like read it. And sometimes I'll even, I mean, you know me by now, I'll say, reread the email out loud and read it slowly because if you don't click the link to register, that's it.
But yes, but everyone here has done that. So
you guys all followed the directions. So
give yourselves a round of applause.
You're already a success. Everybody type, I'm the next success story because you're here. That's step one. You're here.
Yeah.
So you've already beat the competition.
Yeah. And literally it all starts with a Zoom call. We talked about that because like
every single success starts with a Zoom call. Back in the day, again, Finding Fame 18 years ago, we had an office in Philly, and then we expanded to an office in New York. We actually, sounds baller, we had 3 offices in New York City. I don't know why in New York City, we had an office, Empire State Building area. We had 3 offices in New York City.
wow.
Back in the day, 3 offices in New York City, an office in Philly, and an office outside of Princeton. Me had to do open calls 2 hours per like presentation, right, about the company, in 5 offices by myself, in 5 offices, 2 hours a piece, in all of the offices, sometimes every day or every other day.
Wow.
None of this was on Zoom. Could you imagine? 18, like literally, I did that for 5 years. I drove back and forth from Philly to New York City every day for 2 years before I moved there. 3 states. So when somebody says, oh, Zoom, you're welcome. So just so you guys understand the reason why we're doing this on Zoom, I mean, everybody lives all over the country. This is the first part. So today we're listening, tomorrow we're listening, and then you're going to go through an interview to see if you qualify to work with us. This is easy, right? No one had to travel. No one had to pay for flights or hotels. This is amazing. But you have to show up, not for us or for Mikey or for Colby, but you're doing this for you. You're your own success. We can't want this more than you.
Yeah.
But you can do this.
Yeah. Why don't you in the comments let us know where are you from? Thank you.
Texas.
Yeah, Navia's from Texas. Yeah, we see you. You
What
look
part of Texas.
yeah, what part of Texas are you
Are you
from?
in Houston? Are you in Dallas? I was about to say deep in the heart of Texas.
Oh, we
St.
got
Louis?
Baltimore, St. Louis. Massachusetts, Fitzgerald, Georgia, Austin, Texas. Oh, Austin,
Minnesota.
Minnesota, Lancaster, South Carolina, North Carolina, Nashville, Tennessee. I love Nashville.
We have a story about Nashville.
Yeah. You want us to, we'll tell you our story
No.
about Nashville. Yeah. Awesome. Very good. So you guys are from literally from all over the
And
country.
nobody had to fly here. That's so cool.
Yeah. And the awesome thing is like each and every one of you is here because you want to elevate your success. You're here because you want something more for your life. And I want you guys to think about that as you're listening to Alicia tell stories about finding fame. We'll have Mike come on in a little while and he'll be telling you some stories also from finding fame. But I want you guys to think about this. Every person, every story that you're going to read in Finding Fame is a story of someone who started somewhere. Not everyone started out famous. Not everyone started out truly successful. And no matter where you are right now, as long as you're willing to do the work and hit the ground running, then you can be successful. And that's what we're looking for in
Wait,
talent.
Can I show you something really cool?
Uh-oh.
So Greg Reed,
Oh,
way
shush.
to go. That's so cool. So Greg Reed, one of our mentors,
Yeah. He
is
wrote
the
a book
biggest
called
authors
He
in the world.
Yeah, he wrote a book called 3 Feet from Gold. Has any of you ever heard of that story? Yeah. No. Oh, well, I'm going to give you some homework later. Oh, Kim Tyler's books are coming today. Why aren't my books coming today?
2.7 million followers. I don't. Oh, you can't see it. Well, Greg Reed,
It's awesome.
huge.
Oh, there we are.
There we are.
Awesome. All right.
So exciting.
It is so exciting. So let's hold on. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up Finding Fame. We're going to talk about some more stories from Finding Fame. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Okay, awesome. Does anyone have any questions for Alicia too? Let's put her on the hot seat for a few seconds.
Oh,
How's that
no.
sound? All right, you guys. Does anyone have any questions? Like, because you know what? This is what I
Oh,
want
I see my new friend, John Rydell.
Hi, John. What I want you guys to think about is this. The reason that Alicia and Mike are where they are is because they asked the right questions. And if they didn't ask the right questions, Finding Fame wouldn't be here. You guys wouldn't be here. I certainly wouldn't be here.
There was no entitlement. There was no, hey, I want to do this. Can you help me?
No.
No.
All right. So are you willing to be put on the hot
Oh.
seat for 2 seconds?
Oh no, it's Dacia night. Dacia's gonna ask something crazy.
She's going to ask a hard-hitting
Oh,
question.
no.
It's going to be like
Hold
TMZ
on,
level.
Let me.
Take a sip of coffee while I'm adding her pin.
Are you sure this is non-alcoholic?
I'm positive.
Dacia.
All right, Dacia.
Hi, congratulations. I'm so excited. I did not sleep all night. We did
I
it.
know.
the
I
way
got your
it was
post.
said.
Thank you for your support.
I've been tagging everybody, even the mayor in Pittsburgh.
You even
I've been
texted,
looking.
you even reach out to the mayor?
Yes.
Oh my God. You said
um,
we were like running a presidential campaign last night for Michael. We're like, thank you so much for your support. Like, are you gonna
I
cry?
probably am. Go ahead, Dacia.
Try again. Yeah. If they don't sign and invest in themselves on here, I don't know. This ride has been totally transformational for me. Like, and I'm still going. I believe and I'm claiming to be the next success coming out of VIP Ignite. I'm working, I'm focused, and all we can do is win. It's only up from here. My question, Alicia, Ali,
What?
is there anything extra I can do right now to be preparing for New York? Like studying anything?
Yes.
Going to
Ready?
vault? Yes.
For anybody listening to this, I would go on 3 websites right now.
I'm
Write
writing them down.
Ready? I would be going on Deadline, Variety, and Hollywood Reporter. I would know about all the shakeups going on with all the agencies. I would know about everything going on with AI. I would know about what's happening with the government right now, trying to get involved with AI and copyrights. I would know about what's going on with the strike. Because if you're gonna go and sit down face to face with agents and casting directors, it's not about make me famous. You got to be able to have dinner party conversation. You got to be able to bring your A game. That's what it's about. People go with people that they like, not people asking for favors. Remember that. It's all about dinner party conversation. Deadline, Hollywood Reporter, and Variety.
That was a great question, Daisha. I love that question. Awesome.
It's always about dinner party conversation.
All right. Are you ready to put it on the hot seat one more time?
Challenge. Go.
Okay.
This is good because for those of you guys that don't know, I'm going to be on the Shark Tank spinoff in like 2 weeks. So bring it.
Okay, Ryan Clapham, unmute yourself.
Ryan Clapham.
Hello, Alicia.
Hello.
How are
up?
you this today? What I
Good
want
now.
to know is
What?
down deep in the core, your why.
My why?
Your why.
My why as a person or my why as starting VIP with Mike?
Starting VIP with Mike. Your down deep core, why you do this. What is your drive, your passion? Because I remember
Yeah.
back in March, you always said to ask their why.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think honestly, it goes back to my childhood. If you want to get down to like the rooted issue, you're always taught you can do anything you wanted to do if you put your mind to it, if you worked really hard. And honestly, that's a load of crap because you can't do anything you really want to do if you work really hard. That's bullshit. My father was a corporate attorney. He went to West Point, and my mom is a paralegal. And I really wanted to go to film school. Problem is, film school is like 80 grand, the schools I wanted to go to, and they wouldn't pay for it. So I ended up having to go to a state school here in Florida. I ended up graduating from UCF in Orlando, which wasn't my top choice. But I ended up going to school. I have a double major in TV and film and communication, and I ended up getting in debt. I have over $180,000 in student loans, which I'm still paying every month. And when I graduated from college, honestly, I was very arrogant. I'll use the word cocky. And I'll never forget that I literally walked across that stage and thought, I can conquer the world now. I'm entitled. And I was waiting on tables at the time, and I quit my job. And I thought that by having a sheet of paper was like an accomplishment alone. Like I could do anything. And a month after graduating from college, I thought this is going to be cake. Like I'm going to get this dream job. And, I quit my job waitressing and I was like, see you later, suckers. I was just so cocky. Like I thought I was so much like I could walk on water. And literally I was just sitting at home, like unemployed, like just waiting, like joining every single website, asking all my friends that went to school with me, what were they doing? And like, I was just giving my mom like, oh yeah, I'm putting the feelers out there. I just want to see what the best offer is. I'll go anywhere. And it was like crickets. Like some of the job offers I was getting, it was just all like, smoke and mirrors. It was just fake. And I remember telling my mom, I said, man, I just so much tenacity. Man, if somebody just met me, they would want to hire me. This is just, I don't understand. And I remember like 90 days in, I was just watching my savings account. I was just like, what do I do? My mom's like, well, could you go back to waiting on tables? I was like, this is so embarrassing. I really don't want to, And so I called the restaurant. I said, can I pick up a shift? And they're like, well, what happened? I said, well, it's just taking a little bit longer, and I kind of, I said, the stuff I'm getting is just not anything I want. And so they were nice enough to let me pick up a shift or two. And like everybody at the restaurant, they were just like, kind of like, oh, like laughing at me, they're like, oh, big shots back, And I kind of felt guilty that I was just so like, I thought I was just too good for it, which in a way I was. And I ended up becoming a professional waitress. I legit became a professional waitress. I just said, screw it. It's just not going anywhere. And the truth is, I started dating somebody in the kitchen. I started just going full throttle back into waiting on tables because nothing was working out. And my mom, luckily, I call it the come to Jesus meeting. A year after graduating from college, we had a family dinner. And she said, honey, do you know what today is? And I said, no, what? She goes, it's your 1 year anniversary. I said, of what? She goes, you graduated from college 1 year ago. And I said, oh my God, I'm now a professional waitress, dating somebody in a kitchen, thinking about moving in with this guy. And she's like, how's the job search? And I like completely like that I literally did a 180. And on that day, I decided to go to real estate school. I was like so embarrassed. I like completely just sidetracked my entire life because I was a product of my environment. And when I ended up going to real estate school, I ended up becoming a mortgage broker. And it was like not anything I wanted to do, but it was like just something that was an easy kind of like waiting on tables. What's today's special? Oh, what's today's rates? You know, kind of like, oh, tell me about your specials. Tell me about the houses. You know what I mean? It was just so easy for me. And it was kind of like a bad relationship. Like I kind of really wanted to love it, but I couldn't, you know, it was just something that like, it was something that wasn't embarrassing for me to say I was doing, but I just wasn't passionate about it. And when the market crashed, at the same time, I ended up meeting Mike and working with the other company. And it was just such a weird time, you know, and the reason why we started VIP was we never wanted to ever deal with the bullshit again. Like we never wanted talent to ever feel like I did, you know, like, and we saw these companies taking advantage of talent. And, you know, we said, if we could ever get talent in front of the right people, we were tired of the fake showcases. We were tired of seeing talent spending thousands of dollars on pictures that nobody was ever going to see. Websites with, you know, the bait and switches with, because you know, real castings are not posted on websites. You know this. You want a speaking role in a movie? They're not posted on websites. You want to work with major brands that they don't post on websites. If you want to go to Yale School of Drama, 80 grand, you still don't have an agent. You still can't get real castings. You're just getting training. And that's why we created VIP, honestly, was because I was so tired. And Mike, I mean, he's a genius. So I may have the mouth, but Michael's the brains. You know this. So between the two, we couldn't do it, honestly, without each other. And it worked. We had to fight for talent. And that's our why. We had to be what the talent needed. And we knew it took two of us to fight. I mean, literally against the darkness. This business is very deceitful. And I mean, there's a lot of predators in this business. So it's not even the scams. It's dirty, very dirty. So we have to protect. And that's what we do. And it's been a real dirty battle. So my why every day is just fighting. We fight every day. And that's what the radio show is about. When we got offered the radio show with CBS, I said no, I didn't want it. And Michael said, you can have a voice. I said, why? Why do I want a voice? I got more haters from the radio show because I exposed the truth. Anybody that like I read about on the internet, I invited them on my show. They all declined. I wanted to expose the truth. They refused to come on. It was hard. I got death threats from the radio show. I invited them on my show. But #1 in the world right now. Because when you expose the truth, it's what we had to do to get where we are. Mm-hmm. So my why ultimately is to give the world something I never had. Connections. That's what everybody needs, face to face. Because I know for a fact if I had face to face, I could have dominated the world. So that's what we do. Is that a good answer?
That is perfect, Alicia.
Okay. I
Thank you very much.
think I'm Shark Tank ready.
I think you are.
I think
too.
you are.
Awesome.
You can take on the world now.
Maybe.
#1 bestseller. Of course you can. Thank you, Ryan.
It really
You're
does
welcome.
take a team, though. That's what people have to understand. You can't get into Hollywood just with pictures. You can't get into Hollywood because of a website. You can't get into Hollywood because you took classes. You have to have all of the components. And that's like what I didn't understand. I went to school. I could make movies, but unless somebody sees you, and that was my problem. I had training, but nobody cares about the training if they don't know you exist. And that's the problem. I always knew that if I got in front of the right people, they would want to work with me. If that resonates with you, type that's me. Because that's what we do here. I'm going to put you face to face with everybody. I mean, we are, when I say me, but VIP Ignite. If that's you, type that's me. Because that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. We're going to put you face to face. But the question is, because people always email, can you guarantee? Okay, seriously, as a business, VIP Ignite can put you face to face. But the question is, if we put you face to face, can you do what you need to do? Because the question is not, can we put you face to face? Yes, we can. I can guarantee that. But can you do what you need to do to guarantee your success?
Yeah.
That's the hardest part. Our part's easy. We've already built 10,000 success stories. Come on.
And counting.
It's a formula. That's like saying, can we do another #1 bestseller?
Of
Duh.
course we can. We got
I'm
this.
just kidding. Oh my God, that was so hard. 18 years to write a book. Come on.
All right. Ready for one more question?
It was a long answer.
That was
But it was heartfelt because that's the truth. The truth is heartfelt. It's not scripted.
And how many of you now know even more than you did when you got on today that you're in the right place? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you now know that you know that you know that you're in the right place.
You now know that you know that you know. But that's why I laugh. Like when people like, oh, I'm going to join a casting site and I'm going to star in Black Panther. You're a fool. No,
But-
you're not. I'm going to have my friends vote for me to be in a magazine. You're an idiot. No, you're not. I'm going to be in a fashion show. No, you're not. You need an agent. And think about it. Like when you watch red carpet events, like on E! or, you know, like even like when you watch like these movie premieres, like let's just say like a Marvel premiere, right? Like Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson walks a red carpet event, right? Think about it. It's not who is she wearing? Like for me, because I was a film student, I think to myself, is she gorgeous? Yeah, of course. But she's been acting since she was like 4.
Yeah.
She's classically trained since she
Yeah.
was 4. Think about all the time, the sacrifices, the money her parents have invested,
Yeah.
right? Think about all probably the sleepovers his kids missed.
Yeah.
Think about it, right?
Yep.
But think about the auditions, right? Just think about it. So the red carpet that she's walking, think about the headshot she used to get that audition, the monologue she used, the agent that submitted her amongst other people that auditioned for that Black Widow role. Think about it. The roles that it took to even land that audition,
Yep.
right? Think about all the auditions it took to even get that agent. Like the lasagna effect.
Yep.
That should be the name of the next book, Lasagna Effect. But you don't just get an agent. And we're going to talk about that later with an actual agent.
Yep.
Because I talk to talent all the I want an agent. Well, does an agent want you? It's not what you want. This is not like Chick-fil-A. I want a #1. Because if that were the case, everybody would get an agent.
Yep. All right. Are you ready for your next question?
All right.
I
let's
think
go.
I think she can bring it. Okay, Solange.
Oh no. Hi, Solange.
Hey, Ali,
What's up?
congratulations. Love it. Ryan, you actually asked the question I was going to ask. And so thank you for sharing your why and for paying it forward Ali putting it in all the passion and hard work to pursue that why, so that all of us can now have great opportunities. I just want to say thank you for that. I do have 2 questions. You can choose which one you want to answer. You always talk about, having great questions, then you'll receive great answers so that, can propel your career forward. So I wanted to ask, in those first stages that you were Pat Addis's protege, what were like the 3 top questions, or the one that you asked that really gave you the information or the inspiration to push forward? Second
With her?
question, just before you answer that one, is, we see you as this passionate go-getter, badass,
Oh, that's just on camera. That's not in real life.
Yeah, so that's what I want to get
At
to.
home,
like,
I'm like super introvert.
you and Mike, those first, days and weeks and years, they must have been super hard moments, right?
Oh, I cried every day.
So
yeah.
share one of those with us, and like, what is the thing that like propelled you or impassioned that chutzpah that we see in you to just like power through? Those are my questions.
So wait, ask another one. Sorry, Mike and Deneen are talking in the other room. What? Ask another, wait, ask the question again. Can you hear me? Wait, Solange, can you hear me? Wait, what happened?
She's muted. Hold on.
How did it happen?
I don't know, but now
Sorry, it's me. I
she
muted
probably
muted
myself.
Oh no. Wait, ask another question. Wait, sorry.
So with Pat Addis, the first like
Yeah.
encounters with her, what are the like top 3 questions you asked her, or the one that really propelled you forward, and gave you that passion to keep going? And then those dark moments, you and Mike, early years, share one of those stories with us, and like what really propelled you to power through. Yep. Either question is good.
They're both excellent questions.
We want what you have, so we want to get to the bottom of it.
I think I have like PTSD, honestly, from the dark stories. We had some real dark times. I mean, it was scary for a while, maxing out the credit cards. I mean, there were times that honestly, I think going to Subway and getting a foot long and literally cutting it into quarters, I mean, was a novelty. Eating ramen noodles and just trying to get creative. I mean, we were literally on a shoestring budget. It was very difficult for a while. I remember we didn't even have cable. I mean, it was really rough. I mean, I laugh about it now because there were times it was scary. I mean, I wasn't kidding. When I first moved up, we shared a car. I mean, we don't live in a lap of luxury. I mean, we put everything we have into the business. I mean, this is our passion. We always want to make sure everything is, we're always putting money back into projects, and, we have the new movie and the book, and even the book for us, the publisher, and, everything that we do. It's in order to do big things, you got to invest, that,
Yep.
I think ultimately, if you're going to do anything, it's go big or go home. I think that with us, when we first started, like I said, we had that like $500 credit card to IKEA, and we could have done it like half-ass, and, and we had that like, that 250 and it was like Best Buy and IKEA. That was it. We had very little money in savings. We maxed everything out, and we had month to month at, I'll never forget month to month at the
Office.
Yeah, at the office. It was month to month. And I'll
Yeah.
never forget, my mom kind of said, like, your room is ready when you're ready to come back home. And I was like, that's not an option. And it was kind of like, there's a saying, it's called jump off a bridge, build a plane on the way
Yep.
down.
Mhm.
Failure isn't an option, like, and it's scary when you leave a job
Yeah.
and a job that, has a paycheck and you're working for yourself with no guarantee, no health insurance, no nothing. And you have zero success stories. You have a landing page, which is coming soon. You've
Yeah.
done nothing. And you're just picking up the phone and everybody is hanging up on you. You have zero collateral, zero references, zero referrals. And it's just you and your belief. And everybody around you is telling you it's a bad idea. It was just Mike and I. We literally were in a bubble. And it was hard. And just, this is going to sound really bad, but I don't read. And I know it sounds really, I'm a movie watcher. That's all I'm like, you can ask Denise. I'm a movie watcher. So I very much get entranced in movies. Michael,
Mhm.
he's a bookworm. He loves to read. So a lot of times he reads and he's a storyteller. So he'll read and he'll tell me stories, and then you'll see me writing down notes, which if you've ever seen me, I'm like a geek. I'll write down notes and I'll highlight. And I mentioned this the other day on a call. I'll take a highlighter and I'll write down notes and I'll retain it. But I can't sit there and read. My brain is going like 100 miles a minute. And so kind of like it became something where like it kind of like became like a religious practice for us, like we're kind of like we were mentoring each other, like because I'm very much
Amazing.
the people person and
Yeah.
it's kind of like left brain, right brain, you know what I mean? And so
That's
like
awesome.
who motivates the motivator? So like I think had we not met each other at that time, we both were very depressed. Like I think we both saved each other. We met each other at like the lowest point of our life and we saved each other. Does that make sense?
Makes absolute
And so when
sense.
we created VIP, it was the craziest, we had nowhere but up. We literally hit rock bottom. So there was nothing but up for us. And we would drive, honestly, when we first started VIP, there was an Apple store in Soho.
Mhm.
And they would do free meet and greets, like sometimes like a talk back, like if they had a movie screening, like a talk back. And I'll never forget, there was a movie called Fame. I don't know if you remember the movie Fame, and like the director of Fame was there one night. Or sometimes like Caroline's Comedy Club, they would have comedians there. And so sometimes Mike and I would like drive all the way to New York City, 3 hours just to do a free talk back. And we'd park on the street because we couldn't afford parking and get like $1 slice and just to go meet somebody, or go to Caroline's Comedy Club, like $15 a head, go park on the street again, go wait for the comedian, which sounds creepy that we say this, wait for the comedian in the lobby as soon as they were done and just pick their brain if they were nice enough to talk to us. How did you do it? You know what I mean? Who's your agent? Hey, if we were to invite you to come out and talk to people that wanted to get into comedy, would you be interested in doing? And it was just like, hey, how did you do it? And, it was just the craziest thing that sometimes when people were at that level, they wanted to help other people. I mean, some of them weren't interested or, hey, pay me, and you're like, see you later, joker. But we started to meet some really amazing people like Bobby Finaro, and a lot of times we realized that the people that we really loved, the people that were in their inner circle, they're still with us today, which is phenomenal. The 5 original people that we met when we first started VIP 18 years ago, they're still part of the company today.
That's amazing.
They're like the godfathers of VIP.
That's a testament to you guys and how you build lasting relationships. So that's incredible. Thanks.
Yeah, but we found it when we honestly, we would go to bookstores. We like, honestly, before we even started VIP, we would go to Barnes and Noble. And we honestly would get like a cup of coffee. I think Mike and I would actually bring a thermos and like bring like Sanka or like the instant coffee, like the international foods coffee. And we would go and bring our own copy and just go get like entertainment magazines and just like with our little like 99-cent notebooks and just sit there in like the little cafe section and write down things about like the entertainment industry and like hot buttons. And then we would just try to call people like the next day and like just try to find people like off the internet and try to ask them questions and call their offices. And again, most people would like hang up on us, but like just trying to get them to talk to us. Like whatever it took. Like I would literally make 1,000 calls before lunchtime, brute force.
Amazing.
I was a former mortgage broker. That's what we did. So again, had I not had that shitty job, I wouldn't have been able to do that. Does that make sense? Had I not waited on tables, I had the people skills to be able to be a mortgage broker, to have been able to do what I do with Mike.
Yeah.
Had Michael not loved to read books, he wouldn't be where he is today.
Incredible.
You get it?
Absolutely.
So for those of you guys, I'm going to tell you right now, for those of you that have struggled, you recognize the struggles, which is why you're here, because you know you want the hell out. And you're going to do anything it takes to get the hell out. But guess what? You're here because you recognize it and you're strong enough to take action. If that's you, type, heck yeah. That's why you're here. You want out and you will take action to find a way out. And you know you're here because you want more. And that's the truth. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Sometimes Michael's always been my number one motivator. We've been through, I think the three of us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna cry.
Not now. We'll save that for later.
When we have real alcohol, this is apple cider.
This apple juice is just giving us.
I don't really drink, but I might today, like one glass of wine.
I think we've earned it. Celebration. Awesome. Thank you for your questions, Solange. That was
Awesome.
great.
No problem. Congratulations again.
Fearless Rebel. Rejoice. We should have like a cheer.
We
or a
tried that.
handshake.
We tried. Hold on. We tried making a Fearless Rebel song. That didn't. That.
Sing happy birthday.
Oh my God.
Nails on the chalkboard.
Yeah, we've learned that we're not supposed to sing happy birthday on Zoom. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But you know what? I think with the Fearless Rebel community, I think like when we really, really, really came together was during COVID. I think that's like COVID. We would have all, it was like the opportune time. And also I had just found out I was pregnant. That's when we were allowed to
tell that story. Okay, so can I tell an Alicia story? You guys are asking questions. Can I tell a couple Alicia stories? Is that okay? If that's okay, type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
Defining fame.
It's not, but it can be a part. What did we name the book? Ryanisms, the next one.
Allyisms.
Lasagna effect.
Yeah, lasagna effect.
The lasagna effect. So we were in Nashville. Okay, and we were at a networking event for entrepreneurs. And it was my first time and I was so excited, okay, because first of all, I'd never been to Nashville.
But I kept bragging about the food. It's so good.
Oh my God, she did. P.S. Total side note, if you ever need a recommendation for a restaurant, call 1-800. Call 1-800 Alicia because she has this knack.
My gift.
She really does. Like there have been times Mike and I were traveling and he was like, I wish Allie were here because she could find us somewhere to eat. Like she's a superpower, like research superpower. But we were in Nashville and I was so excited because it was my first time to be at a networking event like this because I've done other things, but I've never been.
Robbins was there.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. And we went to this event before where we got to like meet with like some of my heroes, like people that you may not know their name, but like I got to meet like Peng Joon and all these amazing people. And Alicia and I were standing in line at Starbucks, her mothership. And she was like, I was like, I need coffee. And she's like, this is making me sick. I'm like, are you pregnant? And she's like, oh, I'm not pregnant. And she got so mad at me. She didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. But we found out when we got back from Nashville that she was in fact pregnant with Caden. But it
was February of 2020.
Yeah, it was. The
world was still normal.
Yeah, the world was still normal. And so we went through, we found out she was pregnant. We kept that a secret for a little while because
I didn't know.
she didn't know. But then in March of 2020, everything changed for us. And I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about resilience, because I know that there are people here that have gone through a lot. But in March of 2020, everything changed for not only for us, but for everyone. And COVID hit. And we were like, what the fluff are we supposed to do? Because we had an event planned in Hollywood for just a couple months later. We were supposed to be in Hollywood in June of 2020, and COVID hit, and we were like in the midst of planning our event. We had started having our preparation calls. We had speakers where they were starting to get lined up. People were booking tickets and Airbnbs and hotels to go to California, and the world shut down. And I will never forget, Mike, Alicia, and I were in our office in Pennsylvania, and we were like, what are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do?
Live events.
Yeah, we do live events. That's what we're known for. We didn't do Zoom events like this. We did like Zoom coaching events, but we didn't do big events like this, like the one that we had planned in California. So we're like, okay, well, what are we going to do? And we literally had a whole, we had a whole campaign planned out. Oh, like, this is it. Like, literally, Alicia and I were like, we were shell shocked. Yeah, we were about to be on CNN. We were shell shocked. But Mike came up with this idea. He's like, you know what? I have this crazy idea. I think we can do this networking event online. And we were like, what? And he was like, yeah, I think we can do this networking event online. And I just want to set the tone for you. No one had ever done a networking event online before. Everything was face to face. Like Tony Robbins, UPW, like they were all in person. That's what, and we were known for that. So Mike was like, okay, you know what? We can do this. Like, okay. So we started attending masterminds for companies that saw ahead, kind of like Mike and Alicia see ahead, right? They see down, Mike calls it looking down the alley and seeing who's coming at you. So we started working with this company, and we got on a mastermind, and we learned how to do an event, like much like we're doing right now for you guys. But no one had ever done that in the entertainment industry. Most certainly had not done it. They were all like super snooty about the whole Zoom thing. They were doing like self-tapes, but it wasn't like what you know today. And Mike was like, hey, we're gonna do it. And it was funny because at that time, not funny, haha, but at that time, all schools were closed down, work was closed down. So the one thing that was at a premium were laptops. You guys remember that? When like literally Mike and I drove through 3 states to get laptops so we could set up this whole command center.
Yeah, we had to have different IP addresses.
We had
we had like 10.
Yeah, and literally we still have all 10.
It looked
But
like NASA.
yeah, it was crazy. So we had to go, not only do we have to go and buy like 10 laptops, by the way, like I felt like we were stealing laptops from kids because kids were going to school on Zoom. They're like, you can only buy one laptop. They're like, you can only have one. So literally we went like from store to store to store to get laptops. And then what we did was we created something. We created a movement during that. We had the first online networking event. Literally, we had to build out Zoom rooms. We had to like expand Zoom. We almost broke Zoom the first time we did. We had a main stage. We had a help desk. We had 8 breakout rooms where people were going in and like meeting face to face. And we like to say, and Tony Robbins, if you see this, it's the truth. We were the first one to do a huge networking event, a huge event online.
We were also the first entertainment-based company
Yes.
to ever do an online open
Yeah.
call. First, the OG.
Yeah, and people.
Thank you, Michael Fumpkin, for having the best brains in the business.
Yeah. So, and when we reached out to agents to do this networking event, because we were like, okay, we promised that our talent that we would do this. We promised them. We can't break our promise just because of a global pandemic. So literally we reached out to agents and we were like, okay, this is our idea. We're going to do an online networking event and we're going to put you in rooms and talent are going to come and you're going to meet with them. And a couple of months after the event, we talked to one of the agents, and he was like, Denise, when you called and said, hey, we're going to do this, I thought you were stupid, but I was like, hey, I might as well try. All right. Let's try it out.
You're leaving out an important part. When I first called the agents, they were like, no, the Zoom, no, there's not gonna
No,
work."
the
They
Zoom.
made fun of me.
They
So I
did.
came up with this idea, because you know how Ryan loves to have his cocktail. I said,
Oh.
well, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get you on Zoom, but we're gonna host a cocktail.
Yeah, we
party."
sent them all
And we
cocktails.
sent them all the liquor.
Yeah,
the
we did.
glasses,
We did.
everything.
Wait,
And then
we
online,
had a drink.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got the drink for that. I forgot about that.
yeah.
Yeah, so literally, like the way we enticed. Okay, so we enticed the agents through alcohol. Is that okay? But it was so. I remember that because we had a big cocktail party. Yeah, we were shipping boxes. We're like, and
We
we
asked
came
them,
up.
what did they like, rum or vodka?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we came up with a cocktail. We should. Yeah,
T-shirts,
Yeah, and we had-
Swag. We
Yeah.
got them swag.
yeah. So to entice the talent to come on too, because some of them are like, this is a little crazy. We literally sent boxes with brownies and popcorn.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that? The wow boxes? Yeah. So the reason I'm telling you this is
That was expensive for us.
it was expensive, and you know
But it
what?
was worth it. It was.
But you know
awesome.
what? The other thing is,
But it brought
is
us
that-
together.
it brought us together, and we didn't charge the talent for that networking event. We took the cost all, like VIP Ignite, we took the cost all on ourselves
It
for
was
that.
investment.
It was an investment. But then what we did was, as soon as the world opened up, we had an event in Hollywood where everyone got 2 events for the same investment. But I remember we had this one talent call us. His name was Lewis, and still is Lewis. And he had his mom call me, and he was crying in the background. I can't do this. No, I can only do this with her. Literally, he was weeping. A couple months later, he was in our inner circle, and he's signed. I think he's in LA. He's signed to an agency in LA, but literally he called me weeping. I can't do this. His mom wanted a refund. We're like, well, ma'am, no, but he's like one of our biggest success stories. And I remember he was at one of our events in Atlanta where we took all of our talent, all of our inner circle to a shooting range. And like, he's a nice boy, but he was like super insecure. We took him to a shooting range in Atlanta because we were training with the head stunt coordinator for The Walking Dead. We learned how to dive, we learned how to throw punches, we learned all these things. But before we did that, we took them all to a shooting range, and he came up to me, the boy who was crying because he didn't want to network on Zoom. He didn't think it was possible. He came up to me and he was like, Denise, I have to tell you something. For the first time in my life, I feel like a man. Like, we empowered him. And that's what we do. And I want you guys to think about that. Like, if you are here, you're here for a reason. You're not here just because you want to hear about things. You're here for a reason. And what we do is we innovate. We're disruptors of the industry. There are like all these people on the bottom, like all those things that you see. And then there's us. And you're about to hear from one of our next speaker, who is a badass in the industry, but we're innovators. And think about that. And someone quoted Les Brown the other day, someone quoted Les Brown earlier, but when there's a disruption in the industry, like even right now with the writer's strike, the writer's strike's over, but like SAG, there's always going to be innovation. And that's what we do at VIP Ignite. That's what Finding Fame is all about, because there's never been a company like VIP Ignite that's the bridge. And you heard Alicia and you heard Mike, they didn't do this because they want credit. They didn't do this because they wanted to be famous, even though the book is called Finding Fame, which I think is pretty cool. But they didn't do this because they wanted to be famous. They did this because they saw a need. They saw a gap. They saw that talent needed the opportunity to get face to face with agents, with managers, with casting directors. And even during COVID, going back to Alicia's point, COVID broke a lot of companies, broke a lot of people. But what it did for us was it built our community even stronger. And that's why you guys are here. Because in March of 2020, literally, Alicia and I were standing there crying, like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? And she was pregnant and mad at me about being pregnant. Even it's not
my fault.
It's my fault. I impregnated her.
Jeff, blame Jeff.
But she was so mad at me. I'm like, I didn't it's not, but anyway, it's weird.
Well, we
Oddly,
love Caden.
he's amazing. I know. I almost wanted him to jump on Zoom so we could
And
see him.
Janine right here and Uncle Mike, number
Yep.
one.
But the point I'm trying to make to you guys is that we're here because we're innovators. We're here because we bonded together during COVID, like right before. The reason that we call ourselves the Fearless Rebels, and I'll end this story in just a moment because I'm pretty certain our guest speaker is here. But the reason that we call ourselves the Fearless Rebels is because during COVID, we wanted to come up with an identity for our community. And what we did was we put out feelers to our creatives and we're like, okay, tell us about yourselves. How would you describe yourselves? And we got like all of these answers. And this one girl, her name is Tiffany. She said, I'm a fearless rebel. And I was like, we all heard that. We're like, that's cool. I love that. Tell us more. And she said, you know what? I'm a fearless rebel because my whole family, they work 9 to 5s. They're all in secure jobs. But I'm a rebel because I want to do something more. I want to do something different. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're here because you want to do something more, you want to do something different, you're not satisfied with the 9 to 5 life. That's why you're here. We're like, okay. So what we did was we took her words and we're like, wow, that's so cool. We came up with a whole manifesto. And what I'll do is I'll share that with you guys in a little while. But the reason we're called the Fearless Rebels is because our community came up with an identity. And during COVID, while other companies were falling apart, while other things, people were depressed. I mean, how many of you, like, I could tell you stories about COVID. Like, I didn't get to see my family for a year and a half because my mom, her health was compromised. I didn't get to see my family for a year and a half. But you know who we showed up for every day? The Fearless Rebels. So literally the day before New York shut down, Mike and I were in New York City and I was like, I need a tattoo because I love tattoos. And he was like, okay, well, do you want to go get one more? And I was like, yeah. So literally we came up with the name Fearless Rebels. And right as COVID shut down, I don't know if you guys can see that, I got the word fearless on my arm. So whenever I'm talking to you guys and I'm telling you, I believe in you, I literally look down and I see that. And that's what bonded us together. And I want you guys to understand that VIP Ignite is about innovation. We're about being a bridge. We want to work with people who want to hit the ground running. Okay, we know that if we put you in front of the right people, we're going to give you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. But we need you to be ready to hit the ground running. So does that make sense? Does that make sense to you guys? Because that's what we do on a daily basis. Even with this book launch, oh my gosh, you guys. How many of you have ever been a part of something that you've never done before, but you do it in like 5 days and you hit the #1 bestseller? That's what the freak we do here at VIP Ignite. That's what we do. So when we ask you to do something, when we ask you to commit, to go forward, to be ready to like take the bull by the horns and go with it, that's what we do. We're not asking you to do something that we haven't already done. When you read Finding Fame, you're going to read stories of people. Sorry. It's like a comedy routine going on behind me, but you're going to hear stories of people that saw something that they wanted and they didn't take no for an answer. Because you know what, Fearless Rebels, we don't take no for an answer. That's not who we are. We don't do that. And y'all, if you know, I mean, I don't know if you could see the bags under my eyes. We haven't slept in a week because we knew that failure was not an option. For VIP Ignite, failure is not an option. 10,000 success stories and counting. One of our biggest success stories happened on that event I told you about. Let me tell you that story. So, and I'll show you, I'll go through a presentation in a little while so you can do visuals. One of our biggest success stories happened on that Zoom. She met the agent that I told you about that was like, Denise, that was crazy. I didn't think that was going to work. He met one of his biggest success stories on that Zoom call. When we met Mireya, and I'll tell you guys her story and I'll show you photos later. But when we met her, I interviewed her and she's like, yeah, I'm gonna try this out. I was like, oh, okay, you want to try it out? she should thank God every day that she met me instead of Alicia. Alicia would have rejected her. So there's no trying. It's like there's no crying in basement. You're not trying this out. You're going to do it or not. But I was like, oh, I was a much different person back then. I was like, oh, you're going to try it out. Okay, just come try it out. See how it works for you. She only wanted to be a model. So she started working with us, and she would get on the Zoom calls like I was telling you about during COVID. But she would only get on the ones with like Ryan Colby and all the agents. She would never get on one about acting. I was like, okay, whatever. So one day she got on a call and she was on, I thought she got lost, honestly. I like almost called her. She got on a call for acting. And I like literally I was like ready to call her, like, hey, you're on the wrong call. You might want to get off. But I didn't, because that would have been weird and rude. But all of a sudden she started showing up. She started, like when we first started, she would be like over here. You could like see part of her head. And then she would go into the middle. Then she got good lighting. And then she like really started showing up. And then she got on the networking event that I was telling you about. And what happened was her agent, who made fun of us for this idea of doing this on Zoom, reached out to her and she was like, Sammy, what do I do? I'm like, you take the call. He wanted to have a meeting with her. What do I do? You go to the meeting. Oh my God, he gave me a contract. What do I do? You sign the contract. Okay. When she first started working with us, she was making $30,000 a year as a church secretary. It was their dream to be a model. After the last we heard from her agent, who again made fun of us, even though we met his biggest success story, they won't book her for less than $30,000 a job. How many of you can imagine showing up for yourself, ready to hit the ground running? You know what? I'm going to take everything you give me, Danita. I'm going to take it. I'm going to put into action. Next thing you see, okay, you know what? You know what? I'm barely making ends meet. Now I'm showing up. I'm taking the tools. I'm learning how to self-tape. I'm learning how to show up. I'm learning how to ask the right questions. Now I am getting booked for $30,000 a job. How much would that change your life? In the comments, let me know. How much would that change your life? Would that change your life a little or a lot? Her last job that she booked, over $100,000, commercial shown internationally from someone who just wanted to try this out. It all started on a Zoom call during COVID when the whole world was making fun of us. Now you heard Ryan. Yeah, you know, and Ryan hated Zoom, by the way, when we first, Zoom. Oh, I don't want to do Zoom. Oh, but now he was like, yeah, you know, I'd rather meet someone on Zoom than waste my time. People made fun of us for innovating. People made fun of Mike and Alicia for doing online open calls. Oh no, people only want to be seen face to face. How many of you are thanking God right now because you are on a Zoom call with us? And guys, I don't know. I want you guys to understand the magnitude of where you are and what we're doing here. We're not just playing games here. And like I said, failure is not an option. So when you decide to start working with us, if you haven't already, failure is not an option. We're going to pull you by your hair, by your nose. We'll pull you by your ear. We don't care. But we don't want people that need to be pulled. We want you to be someone who's ready to hit the ground running. We want you to be someone who's going to get the book Finding Fame, read it, and start looking for clues. Success leaves clues. Success leaves clues. And I want you guys to think about that. Type that in the comments. Success leaves clues. So if you're sitting here and you're like, oh my God, you know what? I want to be more successful. Then you know what you have to do? You have to do what successful people do. Readers are leaders. You have to read. You have to be willing to do the work. And I know you are, because you're still here. It's Saturday afternoon. I know in New York it's raining, but down here in Florida, it is gorgeous outside. It is beautiful, but you're still here. You know why? Because you are already successful. And I want you to type that in the comments. In the comments, I want you to write, I am successful. Type, I am successful. And if no one has ever told you that before, if you've never given yourself permission to believe that, I want you to know that. I am successful. You are successful. You are successful. All right. Well, Alicia, our next guest is here. We've already established that y'all are some badass individuals. You are successful. And what I want you guys to do is I want you to really soak that in. Okay. We're going to introduce our next guest speaker in just a moment. And I want you to understand that you're here because people took a chance on doing things differently. That's why you're sitting on this Zoom call right now. Before she gets on, I want you guys to stand up for a minute. I didn't get to tell you guys it's not a pants-free party. So if you don't have your pants on, please stay seated. We don't want to see that. But if you do, stand up. Move around a little bit. Stretch up. You guys have been doing amazing. Kiana's like, Kiana, you don't have your pants on? Yes, this is your first Zoom call. It's not cool. We have some fun too. Just move around a little bit. Oh my gosh. Feels good to move. I don't know. That feel good? Hi, John. I finally got to see your face. Oh my gosh. Are we supposed to be on video? Yes, you're supposed to be on video. I want you on. Let me explain. I'm going to answer this question. Then we're going to introduce our next guest. Yes, you're supposed to be on video because I don't know if you guys have heard, but you're here because you're interested in acting or modeling, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right, you guys, if you want to sit down, you're more than welcome to sit down now. You're like, oh my gosh, up, down, up, down. What I want you guys to think about is this. You're here because you have this thing you want to do. It's called acting or modeling. How many of you have ever seen a model that you couldn't see? Oh, wait, that was a trick question. How many of you have ever watched a movie that you couldn't see the actors, right? How many of you have ever watched a movie where it's all black boxes? No? Okay, well then turn on your camera because you're about to meet a SAG franchised agent. I'm going to introduce her. And then Alicia Kabak. Like you guys put Alicia on the hot seat. Alicia's going to put her on the hot seat. Are you guys ready for that? If you're ready, type I'm ready in the comments. If you're ready, type I'm ready in the comments. I understand. Awesome. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, they're ready. All right, Alicia, are you almost ready? Okay. I'm going to introduce the one and only Tanya Kleckner to you. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and a college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. For 30 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has one of the series leads on Wednesday for Netflix, All American, and The Walking Dead, alongside many large recurring roles on The Morning Show, This Is Us, Stranger Things, The Patient, NCIS, The Rookie, Station 19, CSI, Outer Banks, and the list goes on and on. Everyone give it up for the one and only Miss Tanya Kleckner.
Sorry. Good
Hello,
morning.
Tanya. How are you?
Hi, Tanya.
Good, how are
Let's put
you?
together in one place.
Hi. How are you together? Okay, hold on. I have to get you pinned here so I can see big you. Hi, good morning.
Hello. Good morning to you.
Where are you both?
Here.
Huh?
It's afternoon here.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
We're drinking without you.
What? Where are you? And what time is it there? 2:45.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, but we're drinking.
Wow.
Apple cider.
Is that your first bottle?
Yes, of apple cider.
Oh.
She was so
Where
jealous.
are you? Are you in Florida?
We're in Florida today.
Okay.
You're in Florida today. I don't know if you heard or saw on our Facebook, but our book Finding Fame is #1 in the world on Amazon.
What?
Multiple
amazing.
categories.
That's amazing.
Number 1.
Congratulations. Wow.
you.
That's so
Thank you.
amazing. I love that.
I know. We
All right,
do.
so-
We'll
Okay.
That's
have a drink in
fabulous.
your honor later. So what's up,
Yes.
friend?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. We're gonna see you in
Lovely
a couple of weeks.
Yes. I'm
New York
excited.
City. I
Are you
know. I
cutting
know.
out a little bit?
So what's going on? So what's going on with this strike? When is it going to be over? Today's
No,
100
it's de-
days.
It's depressing.
Ugh,
Who
I'm over
knows?
it.
We don't know. I mean, we've got to get AMPTP and SAG back together again to carry on discussions, but we don't know when that's going to be. I'm hoping they'll have this resolved before the end of the year, so after Christmas, everyone can get back to work.
All right. Well, now that we got the depressing stuff out of the way, let's talk about the good stuff. Let's talk about the good stuff. Let's talk about you. So
Okay.
let's talk a little bit. I mean, there are some. How many of you guys have never met Tanya before? If this is brand new to you, type brand new. Not if you've been on the calls before, don't type anything. But if this is brand new and this is your first time, type first time or brand new. Let me see very quickly. And I've got camera
reading.
here, screen here. So let me see brand new. Okay, so we got some brand
Got
newers.
some new people.
First time,
Iqbal
so be easy on them.
and
okay.
Priyanka.
Okay, so we got some newbies. Okay,
Hi,
first
newbies.
timers. All right, Tanya. So you work with actors, so you're not a modeling agent. So let's do this. Let's go over a little bit about your history. I know Deneen kind of did a whirlwind of music to who you are now, but let's do a little. Let's go back old school. Let's go.
What, to 1910 when I started?
Let's cross the pond and let's talk a little bit about your childhood, and then let's go into Los Angeles and
Yeah.
because you're a badass. Let's go over who you are today. So let's start from the beginning. Go ahead. You were born in a little town in London. Go ahead.
I was born in a little country village just outside London.
Go ahead.
And
I
my
always love
dad
it
was-
when you talk about putting tea in your bottle. But go
Oh
ahead.
yeah. My mum would. Well, all
I
kids.
don't believe you at first when you told me
that was
that
what you
they
did in
put
the
tea in a
60s.
bottle. But
In
go
the
on.
sev-
Go ahead.
Yeah, in the 60s and 70s, we'd always have milky tea in our bottles, and we'd just walk around the house when
would
we were
love
toddler
that.
with our diapers with milky tea in our bottle. Yeah, everyone, because in England, everyone says if you're stressed or even, I'm not being weird, but even at a funeral, like, let's put the kettle on because a cup of tea would make everyone feel better. And, that's how it's still done today. If you watch a British film, even at a funeral or when somebody's depressed or something's terrible, a tragedy has just happened, everyone's putting the kettle on and making a cup of tea. So when you're a baby, you'd have a cup of tea because that distresses you. Anyway, yeah, grew up in England. My father was a musician, so I was surrounded by that. Yeah, he worked with some very, very big people, and yeah, it was a whole household full of parties. I had great upbringing, had the best mother in the world. And then I went into do live sound.
Wait, no. You can't just like glaze over. Your father wasn't, you just blanketed over like my father was a musician. Your father wasn't just a musician. Your father worked with some of the biggest names in the world,
Mhm.
such as, it's okay to name drop here. Okay.
Okay.
When we have a book right now, #1 in the world, it's okay to name drop.
Okay.
This is a
Yeah.
this is a safe space, Tanya.
So he worked one of his good friends was John Lennon with the Beatles, and he was on Jimi Hendrix albums. He was Rolling Stones. Bill Wyman's still my dad's good friend. So he worked with a lot of the greats, and then Frank Sinatra loved my dad's band so much he brought them to the US, and they were the first British band to ever play in Vegas at a residency in 1968, and then he did a world tour with Frank Sinatra. So he kind of was surrounded by amazing musicians, but my father himself was an incredible musician. They used my songs on Breaking Bad. My dad's songs on Breaking Bad. So they kind of reopened my dad's catalogs of music on iTunes. They're still being downloaded today, which is nice for my dad as he's retired, and now he has like that income coming in.
And that's a funny story.
Well, yeah, I was watching Breaking Bad, laying on the couch with my husband, and all of a sudden, this montage scene comes on Breaking Bad when they're cooking what they did on Breaking Bad, and all of a
And
sudden,
they
I'm like,
were cooking food, guys. They were cooking something else.
yeah, we know Breaking Bad. So it was a huge montage scene, which is a very famous scene on the show. It's one of their favorite scenes, apparently, by the fans. And I was like, hold on a minute, that's my dad. What? Huh? And so I Googled the scene, and again, I thought, oh my God, that is my dad. So I called my dad. I go, do you know that they're using your music on Breaking Bad? He had no clue. So we had to call production. They were like, oh, we thought your dad was dead. No, he's not.
That's so not what you want to hear. I thought your dad was
next
dead.
of kin. So anyway, they were actually pretty responsive to me. They weren't mean. It wasn't bad or anything. But we had to then go to the record company because they were told by the record company that he was dead and there was no residual, whatever. So we got a music attorney involved, and who was actually a friend of the family, and he managed to straighten everything out. And all of a sudden, we got a big lump sum of money from that, and then it was released on iTunes. And because everyone became a fan of that scene, they wanted to download that song, and then they released all his albums on iTunes, and then all of a sudden, my father was making money, which is nice.
But it's amazing that they used it on Breaking Bad and they didn't have to get like authorization.
Well, they did. They got authorization from the record company, and they said, oh yeah, they died, so but we can sign off on it, because you have to be careful with record companies, and this is why the Rolling Stones and all these old bands are still touring.
Yeah.
People even like Elton John, or you see all these, because they have to tour, because that's how you make money now.
Yeah.
They make money from touring and from merchandise.
But you look at somebody like Taylor Swift and like all these people now, like they're so much smarter now that because of
because they
had to be.
Yeah. I mean, I represented the T-Bars from TLC for a while.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wait, I've been friends with you for how long? This is the first time I'm hearing this.
She's
you
amazing.
surprise me every day. Oh my goodness.
So she was telling me, because they sold like 70 million records, and they'd hardly made any money. And so she got to the point where she had to let go of the record company, and they had to make their own record company so they could make money. I also put my client in two of my clients in the New Edition story for BET, which won lots of awards. And I also put my client, then we did the spin-off, of my client played Bobby Brown in the Bobby Brown story. So we kind of learned, and I met Bobby Brown, who was very nice, of course. And, I would hear the stories of, when New Edition went on tour. I mean, I think their first check was $11, and they'd just done a whole big tour and made the record company a lot of money. So,
Bobby
there's a
Brown,
lot of,
like Whitney Houston, Bobby Brown.
Yeah. So it's crazy.
So everybody dreams about getting into this $11. Yeah.
So you just got to be careful with these companies, because they say that we're taking you on. But I mean, I'm not a music lawyer, so don't nobody quote me on any of this. But yeah, I know that when record companies do take you on, they give you there's upfront fees, like when we're putting you in the recording studio, you'll take
investment, and it's in the contracts,
so that comes off all your
back.
residual album sales and things like that. So by the time you make money, you've got to have made millions for the record company.
But do you think that helps you now, since you represent actors on like Stranger Things and The Walking Dead and all these like big shows? Do you think now that's why you fight so hard for your actors, because like that people have taken advantage of these people? Because I've seen you with contracts, and I mean, this is probably, and I'm not like, you and I are friends outside of this, but like we fight for people. Like I've seen you with contracts like redlining, and like you're a beast. I mean, and you fight for people. You're like, no.
Yeah. Well,
I think that's important.
I do love the fight. I thrive from the fight.
Yeah.
It gets my adrenaline going.
Me too. Yeah.
And I do fight for my actors. I become very passionate with them, and I become, I grew up in the big corporate agency world for many, many years. And so I went into the boutique world of agency, which means I'm in a smaller agency with fewer clients, but my actors are working. So I get to know my clients more now. So in the corporate agency world,
important.
Yeah.
Because when you get signed to like the big agencies, which is what everybody wants, because they represent the superstars, you kind of get lost. Right.
Yeah, you do.
And also become a bench warmer.
It's a money game. So, I worked in the big agencies, And so you're pitching, and even like, you know, we're always, if there's a big role on a show,
Yeah.
of course, I'm going to always pitch the client that I know. If that client books, I'm going to get a bigger number.
Yeah.
Like if I pitch that client and I know damn well that, excuse my language, I know, you know, that if I book that person on a series, they're going to come in at least $50, $60, $70,000 an episode, as opposed to if that other client booked, they're probably going to get $20,000, $25,000 an episode. I'm going to get more money if this other client books,
You
right?
make 10%. You
I
only get
make
paid
10%.
when
Yeah.
they get paid. And we'll go over that in a second.
And I'm always going to pitch somebody that I know has a better chance of booking.
Because it's your money. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know,
The business. Yeah.
yeah. And so the corporate agencies, they have about 1,500 to 2,000 clients. So not only do you have clients that, you know, a name or names, so you're always going to pitch the names first.
Yeah.
And they're always going to make more money because they also have a bigger overhead. So you need to bring that money in. And if you're like a small, you know, you're not only are you like a small fish, it's a small fish in a big pond, my brain's going, but then you're going to go and be a smaller fish in a bigger pond in a bigger agency. So
You're
people
just gonna
think
get
that
lost.
you're going to get lost. You're going to be the last person that they're going to pitch. So, you know, I've had clients that have come to me, and I push my clients. I have a relationship with all the casting folks, the studios and the networks that I've had, you know, and I do have some named clients on my books that I have left me to say, you know what, I need to go to William Morris, or I need to go to CA. They've gone there.
They
but then they've
want
come
the
back.
name. Yeah.
Yeah, but then they've come back to
Because
me.
it sounds
because-
sexy, not saying HRI.
Yeah, no, I know.
But-
I hear what you're saying, but then they've come back to me because they're like, I haven't heard from my agent in 6 months.
Oh,
Then they'll come
geez.
back to me,
Yeah.
and then they're starting to get because they're like on the top of my roster, because they're not on the top of their roster, because Brad Pitt's on the top of their roster, and not the client that I have. Even though he makes a lot of money, he's on the top of my roster because I know I'm pitching him all day long. I'm speaking about him all day long,
Right.
and he's getting you know, auditions, and names still have to audition. I'm not talking like Brad Pitt names, but people that you know, actors that you know, are still auditioning. They still have to test for roles for studios and things like that. You know, when even a studio on an A-list film, they don't just suddenly think, okay, you know, we're going to go with Jennifer Connelly for this role, or I don't know, or Jennifer Aniston for this role. They have a top 5 names that they want to go after. And if this is going to be a huge film that Steven Spielberg is going to direct, there's 5 names on that list. And if Jennifer Aniston really wants that role, she's going to tell her agent, you've got to get that role for me. They still have competition to get these roles.
I saw yesterday, I was watching an interview, and Jennifer Lawrence and Emma Stone always get offered the same roles.
Right?
It's always the two of them competing for the same roles. And it's like, if one of them doesn't get it, the other one, it's always the two of them competing.
Yeah.
And so it's like almost humorous, you know?
Yeah.
And kind of like what you're saying about like getting signed to an agency that represents Brad Pitt. And it does sound it's sexy to have proximity. Oh, wow, my agent also represents Brad Pitt. But that's not putting food on your table. You know what I mean?
No.
So
No.
okay, so let's take a little back, you know, let's dance a little bit. So you went from music, because when your dad was working with all these amazing people and Frank Sinatra and the Vegas residency, how did you end up becoming a SAG-AFTRA licensed, you know, franchise agent?
Well, I was in music, and then I moved out to LA, and then I needed to get a job, proper job, so to speak, to pay my rent. And I landed a job in a big agency on the reception. I went to like a temping agency basically, and they threw me at this big agency.
For
and I was on
actors,
reception
like an
for
acting
actors.
agency.
So I just basically, it was just a fluke that I went to this agency, which was a well-known agency, a big corporate agency, on the reception, and I got on really well with the 2 partners. And they were monsters. They were tough. I mean, they were old school.
Like Mad Men style.
Yeah.
Like super like salesy.
They had A-list clients, and they were like bulldogs. But I love that personality, and we got on really well. And I knew their assistant was just rubbish at her job. And I was like, I can do that job. I could do that. And
You
I
were
kept eyeing
waiting
it
for her to get
I could see it
fired.
across the room.
Yeah.
So I knew she was going to get fired. And I was like, okay,
You're like,
gonna
I'm right here waiting.
I'm getting in with the partners. I was schmoozing them. I was like, you know, being extra nice, like, you know, making sure their messages were done correctly and just everything.
Like,
and
I'm here.
And then literally within 4 weeks, because my it was just going to be like a 6-week temp job, and within 4 weeks they came to me and they go, do you want Dawn's job? I remember her name. And I was like, yeah. So
You're like imagining where you're going to sit. That chair is going to go
she
there.
got fired, and they moved me onto their desk, and I loved it. And they were so good to me. We got on so well. It was a really busy desk, a lot of high profile actors. But I just loved it. And I got on really well with the casting directors, and I was really quick. Like, I'm very quick. I knew all, literally, I'm like a walking Rolodex. I used to be a walking Rolodex. I don't even think people would know what a Rolodex is, but you do, Ali. But the younger generation wouldn't, right?
You guys
Remember?
know what a Rolodex is? That little thing.
That's
that
when we
you
had to
would
physically
turn
dial
and it
numbers.
looked like
so then you
index
remember.
cards, and you would spin it. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Even my husband doesn't know my phone number in his head because, it's
Aw.
auto dial now.
He's
But,
so cute.
Yeah.
But
So
when you
Sorry, go ahead.
became an agent, versus like a receptionist, because a receptionist, you were hourly.
I was
right?
fielding
Like,
calls. Yeah. But there was a lot of agents there. So I was fielding calls, chatting to people on the phone. Yeah.
right. And I call that like the Flintstone mentality. You clocked in, you clocked out. But then when you became an agent, you got commission only. So like you had to hustle. You only got paid like a hunter, right? You ate what you killed, right? Like you.
Yeah, when you're an
had to-
agent, they say, when you're an agent, you go by the 3 S's. You sign, you service, you sell.
Sign, service, you sell. So
Yeah.
you had to like dial for dollars. You had to submit, and you're only
Mhm.
as good as like the talent that you're submitting. Because if they didn't land the role, you didn't eat. Correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So when you became an agent, did you have any like aha moments, like when you were like things that you wish somebody told you? Or any like learning curves, like, oh, I wish somebody told me this?
I mean, how difficult it could be. I
Okay,
thought it was
let's
going to be
talk about
glitz
that.
and glamour. I really did. Like we'd be doing the red carpets, we'd be doing this. How many disappointments you'd have. I didn't realize how many rejections you would have. How it was like how many hairs I'd be pulling out of my head weekly.
It sounds glamorous. You're talking about red carpets.
It's really
Ooh.
not. It's not glamorous. Sometimes it can be. When you finally do book somebody on a big hit show, or you get them in a great film and you're going to a big film premiere, and it's lovely to see your client succeed that you've been a part of, and you go take them down the red carpet. And thanks for being so tall, Tanya. Tall. Sorry, just read that.
Is she tall?
Am I tall?
Just go with it.
And so it's nice to do that, but it's a grind. We're thanks for being so real. But I'm online because I service New York as well, so I'm up at 6 a.m, 7 a.m.
Yeah, she
Monday
doesn't
through
sleep.
Friday. I've already done some jobs. I actually have 2 girls testing for a job. Even though we're in a strike, there's certain jobs that we can do right now for a soap. So I can't tell you which soap, and I can't tell you which role right now. So that's good. So I've been doing their paperwork this morning, which is a 25-page contract. So I didn't realize that, how many hours you do. A lot of back and forth on phones. I'm dealing with networks, I'm dealing with studios, I'm dealing with attorneys, literally 7 days a week, probably like 70 hours a week at minimum. That's on a good week. And you do all of this work, and sometimes at the end of a lot of the time at the end of the day, they don't get the role. But then when you do book the roles, it's worth it. So sometimes I'm like, why am I doing this job? I hate this job. I'm done. What else can I do? And then you book a big role. You're like, and that's why I'm doing it. So it kind of hooks me back in. So, I sound really depressed. I'm not, but and I do love my job, and I do love my clients. And I'm in a position now in my life, and I have been for the last few years, that I can pick and choose who I work with.
Yeah.
I'm good at my job. I'm going to toot my own horn. I am good at my job, and I have good relationships with
You
casting.
have talent on Stranger Things.
Yeah.
You have talent on The Walking Dead. You have
Yeah.
talent. I know your resume probably better. Well, not better
Yeah.
than you, but
I
I know
had
your resume.
I had a casting
Tim
director
Burton's
call me-
Wednesday. You have
Yeah.
talent on All American, Outer
Yeah.
Banks.
And
You're
I found
kicking ass.
And
Yeah.
I found out, like, yesterday, I had a big casting director call me yesterday, which was really kind. And you hear things that sometimes you take on, and she's like, I'm doing a film. It's a big indie film, and it's a great film. And there's a big producer attached. And she's like, I want to offer your client the role in this film. And she goes, the producer we had a list of 3 people. And then I realized that you represent this one guy. Because you represent him, I want to offer it to him. So
Oh.
that was kind of nice because I
Yeah.
represented him, because she goes, I just want to work with you. I don't want to work with the other agents because I love working with you. So I want to offer it to him. So I'm pushing the producer to offer the role to him. So that was nice because
That's a
I
good
have
problem.
him. She wants
Yeah.
to give it to, but she wants to give it to me because I have him. She didn't like the other two agents. So now I'm in the midst of doing that film, and then he's going to fly out to Atlanta on Tuesday.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So those kind of things, I feel like, oh, okay, now I feel like people like me because now they're giving me roles for my clients, because it makes me feel better. If that
They
makes
like
sense.
me. They really like
Yeah.
me.
Now I'm liked.
But I mean, I'm gonna put you in the hot seat, which you know I love and you love it. But I'm gonna say this. Everybody comes on these calls. I want an agent. I want an agent. But the question is, does an agent want you? What you want doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's, does an agent want you?
Yes.
So Hollywood is definitely a game. And just because you want to be an actor doesn't mean that you're deserving to be an actor. I mean, you can be an actor. You can go on Facebook right now. You can go on YouTube. You can go on OnlyFans and be an actor. But the question is, are you going to be a paid actor? So, I mean, obviously you only get paid commission when a talent books work. So that's 100% true. And I mean, but you're looking for an actor, like an actor who could legitimately book roles. So
Mhm.
in order for you to sign somebody, that person needs to be special, not your mama told you you're special, but somebody who possesses
Yeah.
what? So let's
Yeah.
let's break it down. Okay.
So
Go ahead.
when I meet somebody, first of all, I need to make sure you're marketable for me. Second thing is, I want to make sure I like you. That's
Oh,
important to me now.
Likability.
Likability is very important to me as I've
So the
as
no
I've gotten
asshole
older.
policy. No
No
assholes
asshole
in Hollywood.
policy
Yeah.
with me now completely. I'm too old for that shit. I also want to feel your passion. It's very important. I feel passion in you, and I can feel that very, very quickly. When I meet
She
somebody,
watches people, guys.
now,
if you ever come to our event, she watches you before she talks to you. Or she'll
Yeah.
come to me or Deneen or Mikey and she'll say, how is this person?
I need
like-
to feel that, your passion and your energy. If there's no energy in you and there's no passion in you, I'm not going to work with you, because I have a lot of energy, a lot of passion in my actors. I'm on the phone, I'm selling you all day long. And if I'm getting nothing back, I'm not going to bother. I just lose my passion in you if you don't have anything in yourself. I want to make sure that you have enough time and money to invest in yourself, because I'm going to invest my time in you for free until you start booking. So listen, remember when I said I'm working a minimum of about 70 hours a week for my talent? I'm not getting paid until you guys get paid. So when I'm meeting an actor, I need to make sure that you're training every single week, that you are in acting class every single week, that when I
Okay,
need
stop.
headshots. Okay.
Yep. Hold on. Wait. So again, I always get people that email me, oh, if somebody really wants me, I should never pay for anything. Wrong.
Absolutely
You
wrong.
must be in training. So I want everybody to type training, because as an agent, when you get a casting, the casting director is going to want to know, are you in training? If you're not in training, number one, an agent isn't going to assign you. Number two, an agent's never going to submit you. So training, you have to be in training, not past training. I was in Wizard of Oz in high school.
Yeah. It's like
current
yeah.
training.
It's
Training.
like
Everybody type
everybody.
training.
Training is important. It's like if I'm going to hire a new assistant, why would I hire a new assistant that doesn't have computer skills or can't answer the phone or can't do anything like that? Why would a studio or network hire somebody that doesn't have any training, that doesn't know how to do cold reads or be able to to learn a script off book in an hour, or be able to do improv or do redirects or anything like that? Why would they hire you if you have no training? It's the same in any job. Why would they hire anybody? I wouldn't be able to hire anybody that has no computer skills. That's the biggest part of the job.
So if you're not investing in training now, no casting director is even going to risk going on set. You're a liability. Okay,
Yeah.
so training. You also must have real actors' headshots. And if they're not great, again, you're not going to risk credibility with yourself or your brand to submit over crappy headshots. So headshots, everybody type headshots. It's a must. You must have headshots. So as an agent, if somebody doesn't have those things, you're not going to outlay money, correct?
No, I'm not going to outlay anything. And I, as an agent, again, I'm working for free until you guys start booking. I need to have the sales tools to be able to sell you. So normally the sales tools are great headshots.
So you're coming to the table with all that, and then you submit, and that's when you make commission. But kind of like
Yes.
driving for Uber, the talent,
Yes.
their responsibility, you're coming to the table with all that done. And then
Yep.
the agent makes the commission, but the
Yes.
agent doesn't outlay the expense and then recoup it out of your earnings.
Yes.
So talent, I want you all to type, it's my investment, because that's what it
Mhm.
is. It's your investment.
And yeah, why would we invest like 1,000, 2,000, or however much money it is for your classes, for your headshots, and then when we put all that time and energy into your career, and then 6 months later you decide not to do it anymore? We've lost money. Do you know how
You're
many
one of a
times-
billion trying to get into acting.
Yeah.
No
how many
agent's
times-
ever going to cover your fees.
No,
That's like
absolutely not.
imaginary.
I'm already working for free. Why
Yeah.
should I pay for everything? That's up to you.
And then even when you submit, it's up to you to land the job. There's no
Exactly.
guarantee.
I'm
Exactly.
opening the doors for you, and I'm also not
Exactly.
going to submit a bad tape either.
Okay, we're gonna go over that in a second. That's a whole, okay, so you submit over a headshot, right? And then
Yes.
now a tape. So let's go
Yes.
over what a tape is. Break it down.
A self-tape is, so I'm going to submit you on a breakdown, and the breakdown is basically the casting director will send me a brief or a breakdown, however you want to call it, and that will basically have the episode number, the title of the episode, and the storyline of the episode, and what characters they want for that particular episode. I'm then going to submit who I feel is right for these different characters. The casting director will then send me who they want to see for each particular role. They want these my actors to do self-tapes for these roles. They will then tell me, they want the slate at the beginning or the end of their self-tape. Here's the material. We need my actors to be off book on this material. They will then tell me when the deadline is. So if it's on deadline is Tuesday at 6 p.m. I need that tape in way before Tuesday at 6 p.m. You will then do a self-tape. I need a clean background. I need you to be like how Ali is right now, but with a clean background, maybe zoomed in a little bit so we can connect with your eyes. You'll have the reader off camera, and then
And there's
Then
a
you do- then you
science
do your
to these
scene.
tapes, guys. I'm not, if you're brand new, I'm not expecting you to know what any of the stuff is right now. But just so you know, and I'm going to ask Tanya right now, Tanya, are these castings posted anywhere on the
No.
internet?
no.
They're not. So if
No.
I wanted a speaking role on a motion picture, like a Netflix show or a Marvel movie, Disney, Amazon, Hulu, I don't know, any major TV show, can I audition on my own if I don't have an agent?
No.
Why not?
Well, because a lot of it's clickbait, so they're trying to lure you in, and then they'll say, okay, we can submit your tape if you pay us this amount of money. You need to do your due diligence and see if it's the real casting director and look at them up on IMDb. But for the most part, no. SAG franchise agents and some managers can get the actual breakdowns, and those casting directors filter them and make sure that they're sending the breakdowns to the correct people, because otherwise you have to remember every breakdown that we get. So one role on Stranger Things for a guest star role would receive about 5,000 to 6,000 submissions just from agents and managers within our group, within our small circle of group. Can you imagine how many submissions they would get if that was public? So
Well,
from
now that
legitimate
it's on
agents
Zoom, could you
and
imagine
managers.
like back in the day when like talent had to live in LA or talent had to live in New York and they were going it, remember those days? I mean, when you physically had to go into the office, which I know you hated, dealing with rush hour in LA, which I know you don't want to
awful.
go back. I know. But you legit had to go, and people would show up with their headshots and they would be in the lobby all nervous, and then they would go and audition
Yeah.
and dress up, and they would have to memorize their lines. And I mean, we get people on Zoom laying down. Okay, this is why you fail. But now that
say it how it is, Ali.
but now that your competition is the world, casting directors, that's why they don't post real castings online. They go through SAG after licensed agents like you.
Yeah.
And then they send the breakdowns. You send over qualified applicants who actually fit those needs. And then what they do is they look at first, this is what they do, guys. And Tanya, I'm gonna just show them what they do. And here's Caden. So that they would see the picture, right? And be like, oh, okay, this person has a good look. Now let's see if they can actually act. So they see the picture first, then they watch the reel to see if, oh, okay, let's watch the self-tape, see if they can actually act. Tanya, how much of the tape do they actually watch?
Probably they're going to go through the first 15 to 30 seconds.
I want everybody to type 15 to 30 seconds. So if you don't wow them in 15 to 30 seconds, bye. That's all they're going to give you. They're not going to watch like 2 minutes. Oh, okay, let's see if it gets better. If you don't wow them in 15 to 30 seconds, it's goodbye, good luck to you. They're not going to even like give you a chance. So this is why, like for us, this is why we do these types of calls here. And this, you know, when we were talking about finding fame earlier, I talk about like how disheartening it is when people are trying to get into show business. You know, they deal with all these companies out there that take advantage of talent. You know, they spend all this money and time, you know, with all these like fake casting calls, and they spend so much money on these like, you know, fake casting sites and pictures and all these classes. They're not even learning the correct things that they need. There is no like formula. And I'm not saying A plus B equals C ever, because there is no guarantee in this industry. But the fact that we like have you today, and you have, you know, amazing people that, you know, that are on hit TV shows that we know. And I'm not here to name drop your actors. That's not what we're doing. But the fact that you work with some of the biggest names in Hollywood, you are a proud member of SAG-AFTRA. I mean, you are tremendous, and you're here on a Saturday with us, helping talent who want help. They're here because they're seeking help. They can't do this on their own. They want help getting into this business. This is beyond any other company in the world. If we can help somebody learn the correct way to get into this industry, if you had a proper headshot, and then you now know real castings aren't posted on the internet, you need an agent to then submit that headshot, but then you also need a tape. You know they're only going to watch 15 to 30 seconds, and it has to be kick-ass, because if not, it's never going to, they don't care. But I'm passionate. Nobody gives a shit about your passions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then they want to know, are you training? And the question is, are you even training with the right people?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Because here's the thing, if you get a casting and you suck.
Well, because you guys have the
blame anybody but.
Well, I want to go back. I want to stop you there for just a second, because you know how much I love you. But you, like when you say, when you hit the nail on the head there, like, are you training? Are you training with the right people? Because I know you guys have the guy that was in Sopranos, and he's a working actor.
Yeah, we have Bobby Finaro, one of the stars of the Sopranos, part of our company.
Because I've met actors along the way, and they're like, oh, I'm coaching with this person, he's a great actor. And I look up that person, he's done one job in 1975. I'm like, but he's never booked a job, and he's an actor, but he hasn't booked a job in 50 years. So I don't understand how he could be training you when he has no idea how to book a job.
Thank
you. So that's what I'm saying, is like, why you guys have to really start training with the right people. There are amazing coaches out there. You guys deliver a great acting coach. So that's why it's also really important. And I love being able to, because this is such a tough business. Like, obviously, like, this is not, I mean, it's a lot of tough business out there, but it's a tough business. But at least I know, and you guys know, like, how to kind of put people in the right direction.
You need proper headshots. Yeah. We do that here. You need proper training, which is why we have Rising Stars. Yeah. You know, we've had cast members from High School Musical and Walking Dead who are part of this company. You can't get that from being lucky. You do that from being great. And it's because we surround ourselves with the most amazing people. We invest a lot of money and time. You know this. We're New York, we're LA. We invest in Broadway movies. I mean, we've earned it by, you know, getting around the right people, by doing the right thing. You know, it's an uphill battle. That's what the book is about. Fighting for people's rights to get this opportunity. And, you know, we're tired of people getting taken advantage of. And, you know, so when you get these casting directors, I'm selling a course, get the hell out of here. No, because if you're paying a casting director for a course, they then can't tell you that they're going to put you in a movie, because that's illegal. It's illegal. Yeah. So if you guys ever see a casting director selling a course online, shame on them. Because if they're then telling you they're going to put you in a movie, that's actually illegal. It's illegal. So when we started this company 18 years ago, you know, we have to expose the truth, which is why we got the radio show with CBS. So you get a headshot, right? You get a headshot. You then submit over to the casting director, the headshot and the self-tape. And if the self-tape isn't amazing, right, or the reel, that you're not even going to submit it, right?
No.
You're not even gonna submit it. So you actually are working with some of our talent in a couple of weeks in New York
Yes.
City.
Yes.
So what are some of the mistakes that you see talent making now? Like, because everybody thinks that they know what they're doing, right?
Yeah,
Oh, I know what
sometimes
I'm doing.
yeah, sometimes it can take a slight adjustment to make the read from pretty bad to amazing. It doesn't take much to adjust it. Remember the last time I helped your clients a little bit when I was watching them, and we just did some small adjustments, and it made it so much better. We have
Just
to
a
make
tweak.
sure a little tweak, but it has to be believable. We need believability from this. We have to really feel that you are that character. Sometimes we hear people read and it just feels like you're reading from the script, and you're very stale, very robotic, or even just too over the top. We need believability. We need you to feel that character. So that's really important. And that's where your training comes in. We've all suddenly I've seen a couple of independent films where you're just like, you have to turn it off because the acting is just so horrific, because you're not feeling it, so yeah, I just think that's just really important. Again, it just all comes down to training.
Would you ever suggest anybody doing a self-tape in costume?
No. Why?
The answer is no.
I mean, no, I don't have.
The answer is no.
I love you.
Let me expand the answer.
What's the answer? I mean, if it's like no, but don't go like casual or horrible. Go something toward that. But if you're a detective, you could wear a jacket or something like so it's a little more polished, or a lawyer a little more polished. Don't go like in a denim jacket if you're a lawyer,
Yeah.
But you don't have to dress up as the entire part.
All right, so I'm gonna keep putting you in the hot seat. Is that cool? You love it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you get a casting, let's say for Apple TV, you get a breakdown, you submit over the headshot and you submit over the reel. They say, oh, I like this person. Then they send over the sides.
Yeah.
How long does somebody have to memorize? Like, let's say 5 pages.
It depends. Like I've had casting say time sensitive, we need it by the end of the day.
So they have like till the end of the day.
Sometimes you have till the
5
end of the
pages of
day.
dialogue.
Sometimes you can have a week. It depends on the project. Episodic, when we're back off the strike, episodic normally is a day or two, because that moves very quickly.
Okay.
Feature films could be a week. Pilots is generally a week, maybe 5 days, something like that.
And do you train people?
I had a bunch. Sorry?
Or do you ever train these people how to do it, or do they come to the
No. My people are already trained.
They're coming trained, like potty trained. They know how to do all this before they come to you.
Yeah, they're already housebroken. So they're coming trained. And I expect them to be coached for every audition. And send me the tape, and then I'll watch that tape. And then they'll upload. But some of most of my actors are kind of veteran actors. They've been around for a long time, so I know they're going to do an amazing tape. So they can then upload that tape directly onto the link.
So you want the best of the best. That because you're working at like levels of like 60,000 and anybody here want to earn like 60 grand an episode? Does that sound good to you? If you do, type 60K. Is that like money that you would get up out of bed for? Is that good for you? Because Tanya, I know that you have talent earning more than that. You have actors on major. You also do video games. You have God of War. What else have you done?
God of War. Who's played God of War? I want to know that. That's a good
Kratos,
game. I have Kratos.
Right?
Yeah. In God of War Ragnarok.
What else have you booked recently? You booked a lot of
have
stuff.
A very big video game that's being filmed right now.
And they wear those little dots, right? Where they go like this. I
cannot tell you what it is, but it's a huge game that's being made, and my client is the lead.
Can you show me how they do it with the dots? Do they go like this, Tanya?
Yeah, they do that.
Can you show me? How do they do it, Tanya? Show me.
Like this.
Like that? Janine and I love doing the robot every time we go to parties.
You should. I want to see. Maybe we'll do the moonwalk too when I get there.
Oh, can we do the moonwalk when we see you in New York? Because we're gonna do karaoke night. You know that.
Oh, I love karaoke.
Leah is gonna come with us. Solange is gonna come with us. Roxanne's gonna come with us.
I cannot sing.
I know, but it's gonna be fun because if you're drinking, no one's gonna know.
No, I don't care. No one knows me, so it's fine.
No cameras, but it's gonna be great.
No cameras.
We're gonna go right to
I'm
Chinatown. It's
terrible
gonna be
voice.
awesome. Yeah, watch Tanya do it. Do it for Deneen because she missed it. Ready? What do we do when we do video games? Do it. Show her. Show her how we do it. See? This is gonna be one of our new ads for VIP.
Oh, you do the
Everybody
run.
do it.
The run.
We're doing it. This is how we do video games with the dots.
A lot of
Watch,
jumping.
Michael
There's a
Fomkin's
lot
gonna
of
turn this
jumping.
into an ad for like,
Lot of
join us for the
jumping.
next game.
Kratos did a lot of jumping.
Watch, you'll see.
Sorry, I heard the robot.
You know what's gonna happen.
You have to be really
Anyway.
fit to do mocap.
Anywho, okay, so let's keep going. What were we talking about? Oh, video games. So God of War and a big video game.
I've done the Call of Duty games.
Call of Duty.
Yeah, I've done a lot. I've got another Sony game that's being done now as well. 2K games.
And they pay
but
well, right?
I'm not allowed to tell you what they are because I signed an NDA, non-disclosure.
But they
because
get
they've not
one
come out
lump
yet.
sum, right? They get money up front. They don't.
No.
How's it work?
They get, I negotiate the contract, and it can take 2 to 3 years to make a game. So I negotiate their fee for a mocap day fee, and a voiceover fee. And sometimes if the character's going to look like them, so it's like a likeness buyout fee. Yeah. And then I obviously do like any personal appearance fee afterwards, any travel fee, any, stuff
Like,
like that.
what's the range of pay? Like, you don't have to give me the
I
exact.
can't tell you that.
Well, like, is
I'm
it
not
like
gonna
TV
tell you.
or film? Like, is it like?
Well, I have some people that make more than TV film, but the average for a scale actor, right now is $9.56. That's the SAG-AFTRA scale actor for interactive scale is $9.56 plus 10, but they're trying to up that 11% right now because the
$9.56 plus 10 per day.
per day. Yeah, but I get more for my actors.
So
for
$9.56 plus
daily
10 per
fee.
day. So like 1,100. And how many days do they work?
Well, it depends on the game. Sometimes we'll get a minimum buy of maybe 30, 40, 50 days.
Okay, so let's do the math. Do you guys want to do math with me? Let's do math together because Tanya is like a math genius because she does this all. Let's just say 50 days times 1,100. That's 55 grand. I just want the bragging rights. That's dope. Are you kidding me? My 12-year-old stepson would be like, dude, my stepmom. That would be like Christmas every day. Are you kidding me? He would be like having me like
But
sign up.
they buy you sporadically through a certain amount of time. So they don't do mocap every single day.
Yeah.
Because they're also writing scripts throughout the time.
And you go into a
and
studio for that, right?
you go into a studio to do mocap, and then they normally buy you for 8 hours. Well, they do buy you for 8 hours for mocap, and then they'll buy you for 4 hours. So that's a different fee for 4 hours for voiceover.
And then you don't book extra work. Do you ever put
No.
extra work on resumes?
No,
Because
no. I don't care about extra. I don't want to see your extra. I don't want to hear about it. It's to me, it's
I've
like
had
you said,
people
it's just
argue
scenery.
with me. I've done extra work, and I'm like, I don't
No.
want to see that. And people
And-
are, and I think sometimes people think extra work is acting. I'm like, it's scenery, kind of like the tree in the background, and they get offended. I'm like, it's not acting, correct?
Yeah, no, it's not acting.
Okay.
Extra work. Anyone can be an extra. I could just sign up with an extras agency, and I could go and be an extra. But I'm not acting.
You could walk by the Today Show. You're an extra.
Yeah. He's not. No, and also that can work against you. By the way, I actually took on an actor he's a working actor now, but he was young, and at the very beginning, he actually did have NCIS, and he put co-star NCIS on his resume, and so I wasn't submitting him for any NCIS, and so because he'd had it on his resume already, so I'm like, oh, he's done it already, so he can't do another episode. And then he was like, well, can you submit me on this? I've seen this role. My friend's reading for it. And I go, but you already have this on your resume. So I've not been submitting you on it for the last year, even though he was booking other TV shows. And he goes, oh, but I was only an extra and I wasn't recognizable. I'm like, well, then why have you got it on your resume as co-star? So he'd been missing loads of opportunities to actually
There was a
book a proper
conflict of
guest star.
interest, right?
Yeah, I couldn't submit him. So I said, but you have this on your resume. So I've not been submitting you on guest stars where you could have easily booked a guest star in this last 12 months and made yourself 10 grand.
So let's
And
talk
made
about
me
pay.
1,000.
Yeah. Let's talk
So-
about pay. Since you make 10%, let's do the pay. Because a
Yeah,
lot of
so-
people on here are brand new. Let's just say they're not a member of
Yeah.
the union. But I want people to know if they work hard enough, and we'll go over in a second what it takes to be a member of SAG-AFTRA, and I'll break it down because I'm like
You break it down because you are.
I'm like Rain Man when it comes to numbers. But
yeah. So right now, this is pre once we get over the strike, and so you can add like strike on everything. So I haven't got those numbers in my head yet because I don't see it on paper. Once I see it on paper, it clocks in. Apart from the scale rate, so the scale rate right now is, I've just had a brain fart, is 1081 plus 10. So if you book a 1-day scale job, we call it SAG scale, which is the base salary of like a TV show. So if you were going to book a co-star role, say on Wednesday, co-star 1 day, it would be 1,082 plus 10. With the new interim SAG rate, once we get over the strike, it will go up 11%, which is $12,001 per day plus 10%. That plus 10% is my agency fee. If you were to book that if that role were to work 5 days at a co-star, right now it's 3,756 plus 10%. With the new rate up at 11%, that's $4,169 plus 10%. That's the new weekly rate for scale, 4,169. If you were to book a 1-hour show on a primetime network show like All American, right now it is 9,522. For a 1-hour show, they buy you for 8 days. So 9,522. But hopefully after the strike, that will go up by 11%. I don't know the number in my head right now. If it's a 1-hour, if it's a half an hour show, they generally buy you for 5 days. Because obviously, they're not shooting as much. So it'd be 5 days for a 1-hour show. That's just shy of $6,000 for a half-hour show.
Okay.
And then even films, they can buy it at a 1-day scale rate, again, which is the 1,082, or they can buy you a weekly scale. Sometimes another rate is, which they're trying to change, we call it a Schedule F player. The Schedule F player is a feature film rate. So I've had people do this. So when they buy you for a film and they know they're going to use you for the entirety of the film, and that could be 2 months or 3 months, but they don't have all your day out of days, which means they don't know when you're shooting, or, you could be doing 2 days the first week or 3 days the next week. They don't want what we call do a drop and pick you up again. They just want to buy you for the entire shoot. They just want to say, we own you for the film, for everything, for any ADR, post-production, pre-production. We're just going to give you a lump sum fee. Here's $65,000. And we're going to owe you for the film. And that happens quite a lot for like a supporting role on a film. Then we go into series regular money. So for like, if you're a young person, or going to do a Disney role, or like Nickelodeon, they tend to pay you a smaller fee for a series regular, but they do hold exclusivity like every series regular role, and that tends to start at around $15,000 an episode. And then you go on to prime time or streaming, and that tends to go from 25, 30, 40, 50,000 plus an episode. And then they do hold you exclusive, which means you cannot do any other series regular role. And that's it. We always say that, I always try and get more money from the streaming services like Apple, Netflix, because they tend to do less episodes. So if you think about it, if you're making $40,000 an episode on a Netflix show, and these Netflix shows really only make 8 to 10 episodes per season, it's still decent money. If it's 10 episodes at 40,000, that's 400,000 for that season, right?
Right.
But if you're making, say All American, I don't know, say we'll do another show, I don't know, NCIS on CBS, and you're making 40,000 an episode, and they're making 22 episodes for that season, you're going to make, what is that, 880,000 a season. So you're making more than double than what you would make per season on Netflix. Is it 880? Should I just make that up?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So that's kind of where we're at.
And then when do they bump up the pay? After the first season?
They bump up the pay. So it's normally, when I do a series regular contract, they bump it up, depending on the network, between 4 to 5% per season.
And if you do Netflix, you can't work with any other.
Can't do any other streaming service.
But you could do,
You can do guest stars. You can do guest stars on like other networks. Yes. You can do miniseries. You can do feature films. Yes.
okay. So what if someone, let's say you meet someone and they're somewhat new. They have training, they have a headshot, you submit them, but they're not a member of SAG-AFTRA.
Mhm.
Then what?
Yeah, I've done that, and I put them on a series. So I meet
We love
somebody,
those stories. That makes
and
me
then-
happy.
and
Yeah.
they're non-union,
Yeah.
but I believe in them, and they're working their ass off, and we're in this together, and it's great, and they're fabulous actors. And what I do is I build their fan base. I get them seen by a bunch of casting directors. They're doing everything they need to do, and I pretend that they're union. And it's all great, and everyone's loving them. And then all of a sudden they book a job, and then I'll say to the casting director, "Oops, but they're not union. It's fine." The casting director will be like, "Oh shit,
It's you.
okay." They
Yeah.
have to fill out one form, send it to the union, and it's basically a form that what we call is Taft-Hartley. So a Taft-Hartley is basically a sponsor form, which they just then fill that in, and then we give your social security number to the union with your home address, and that's it. You're now sponsored into the union, and you will become SAG eligible. You don't have to join, but you are now allowed to go in front of a union camera and do that job. The second job, you're still free and clear to do. You're still SAG eligible. And then the third job, you then are what we call a must join. So now you have to join the union, pay up your dues before you even get in front of that camera. And Ali, the floor is yours.
Yeah, because SAG is expensive. SAG, I mean,
Yes.
not necessarily expensive. It's an investment.
Yes.
SAG is $3,000 to join. It's a union. It's an initiation fee. You pay it once, and it's $231.96 every year. So the first time you join SAG, it's a $3,000 plus the $231.96, and you also pay residuals. It's 1.575 for the first million, and then obviously there's a sliding scale. But an agent doesn't pay for that. No agent will ever pay your SAG fees. You have to pay for it as the talent. Correct, Tanya?
So again, sorry, you cut out.
An agent will never pay your
No,
SAG fees.
I'm never going to pay that.
No one
Yeah,
would.
no.
It's a conflict of interest. No agent would ever. So it's your talent. It's your responsibility, not Tanya's. So in order to get speaking roles, and that's why, like, when you go on these websites, like speaking roles on Netflix, bullshit, fake. Number one, you can't submit yourself for speaking roles on major motion pictures. The only things like these websites, like Backstage and 99, the only roles you can get on websites, student films, web series, indie films, things like that, background extra. That's sweet. But if you're looking for real breakdowns, you need a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent. That's how it works. And so when you're getting those breakdowns, you are submitting directly to the casting director. They're not putting up castings and getting a billion people. Oh yeah, I can act. You would be considered a liability. Oh yeah, I could act. There's no way in hell they're going to open it up to 1 million people. Oh, family emergency. I got sick. Can I do it a different day? There's no way a real casting company would ever deal with that. It's never going to happen. So like, you don't just sign people. Oh, well, I have a pulse and my mom said I should be famous. I don't want to spend any money. You're looking for people that are actors.
Yeah.
Let me say that again. I'm going to say it slowly for the people in the back who can't hear me. You are looking for actors, real actors, not impersonators, actors. So you're looking for people that are coming to the table with real headshots, not headshots that your friend did. You're looking for real headshots that you could submit to, HBO, which is now Max. You're submitting to Netflix, because if you're submitting over to a $60,000 per episode opportunity, you better have $60,000 per opportunity headshots that are going to be able to sell you. Because even if you are the next De Niro, if those headshots don't display that, they don't care if you can act. If that makes sense, type makes sense. Then if you can't act, they're going to know that right away, because you're not even taking classes. Classes are your responsibility. I want everybody to type training. You have to invest in training. If you're not in training, goodbye, good luck, because an agent isn't going to sign you. Because here's why: when you go for your audition, which is on Zoom, and we're going to go over that in a second, you may even have to do chemistry reads. Can you want to go over chemistry tests and all that other good
Yeah,
stuff?
chemistry reads are when we've sent your audition in and they love your audition, then you get a virtual callback. So the callback is basically when you're with the director or producers and casting director, and then they're going to work with you on Zoom. They're going to give you redirects because they want to really make sure that you're a real actor, that you didn't have to do 100 takes on that self-tape to just really nail it. So they're going to kind of give you redirects, work with you on Zoom to make sure you've really nailed this role. And then if they really love you and they really think, okay, we like this person for this role, now we want to do a chemistry read. It's like with the client that I have on Wednesday, they wanted to do a chemistry read with her. So they brought her back. So we had Tim Burton and Alfred Gough go on the Zoom.
Wait, say that again. Tim Burton.
They had
Tim Burton on Zoom.
On the Zoom with our client, and so she did a chemistry read with Jenna Ortega. So you want to see how they work
Anybody else
together.
getting chills? I love Wednesday. How many of you guys love Wednesday? I know for me that like I get chills thinking about that.
Yeah. So, but that's how it works because they want to see how well you're going to work together to do. And you know what? Whoever thought that chemistry reads would actually happen on Zoom, like, because they want to see how well, like when they're putting a couple together, or you know, a man and a woman, or you know, like they're going to be mother and father, whatever. It's like they want to see how well they work on camera. Is their chemistry sparks flying on camera?
Wait, I'm going to stop you now because you're in the hot seat. Have you ever had an amazing actor, but then they get on the Zoom for the chemistry read, and then it's just like no
Nothing.
chemistry?
Yeah,
you ever had that?
Many times.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, they'd like, you know what, we just didn't feel it. We've got another guy that we felt was a stronger connection.
Oh,
we
shit.
felt,
sorry.
Yeah, they didn't work well together. Yeah, it happens. And that's why they do chemistry.
I guess it's like
meeting
meeting somebody super sexy on Tinder and then
well, they just want to see it doesn't mean to say they don't like each other. It's just they want to see how well they look together on camera.
Like, hey, you're supposed to be best friends or lovers.
Yeah, you're supposed to be best friends.
Just
We see
no chemistry.
Being friends on camera together. Does it work well together? Could we really see this? Can we really see you two together on camera being good friends? And we're going to bring someone else in. Well, this person looks better than that person being friends. And sometimes they bring like other people in. They bring groups of people in. Maybe they're going to bring 10 people in for the chemistry read and they're going to work different scenarios out and go, you know what, these two work best on camera.
Can they really do that on Zoom, or do you feel like face to face like is better? Like, do you miss face to face, or
I think for chemistry reads they're still doing it on Zoom, and for some reason it's working. I was surprised that they're still doing chemistry reads on Zoom, but they are, and they're putting great shows together. So it's
Are
working.
you surprised? Like, I don't even want to like put like a katahara that like COVID's over, because as soon as I say it, it's gonna like the whole world's gonna like. But are you surprised that we didn't go back to in person? I know you never want to go back to an office ever.
I'm surprised that callbacks are not in person and chemistry reads not in person. I don't think that first reads will ever go back in person because casting directors can see more people quicker.
Yeah.
There's no read before. Pre-reads would be in person, where the pre-read is when you just see the casting director first. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Pre-reads will always be just on tape, because that way the casting directors can filter out who needs to go to a producer session.
But now they're seeing like thousands of people, but here's
I wouldn't say thousands. They're getting thousands of submissions, but they're filtering it down to maybe 70 to 100 maybe.
But here's my process now. Like back in the day, and again, I've been to your office and I remember like seeing people live and I'm like, oh, okay, you're seeing them live. So it's like, okay, no shit. I see you, you're here, you're physically in front of me. But now that it's on tape, it's like, do I even know they're even watching me? Because there's more competition now, because you don't even know. Like, it's kind of like, are they even seeing, like, because there is so much more competition. So if you don't know your shit and if it's not perfect, like 10 seconds, next. You know what I mean? It's like Tinder. No, they don't care about your hobbies. They don't care if you're nice. Does that make, if that makes sense, type makes sense.
And someone just wrote, going to the office feels like acting. Well, no, it doesn't, because I mean, I could say I'm acting when I'm on the phone and self-taping, but this is not like that at all, because what we're talking about is acting is like anything. There's logistics to acting, there's technical side to acting, and how to learn how to act. Like, you know, I'm acting on the phone when I'm selling somebody, you know, I'm bullshitting too sometimes to really kind of make them bigger than who they are and things like that, just to get them seen, right? But there's a technical side to acting that everybody needs to learn. but how to hit their mark on set, how to readjust, how to do a self-direct, how to just, there's so many things to learn. Cold reading, audition technique, improv. There's a lot to learn.
But now that this business, like now that you physically don't have to live in New York or LA, which is kind of good. But then now that they opened it up to the world, which means now the world is your competition, like competition now is like more fierce now than ever. It's like super more competitive, which means now you have to know how to do a proper self-tape. You have to, like, there's so much more competition. What happens now when people don't live in LA? Like, what do we do now? Like, if you like somebody and they don't live in LA.
As long as you can do a self-tape, get it to me on time, and then if you book the job, you have to make sure you can get to LA quickly.
Okay.
Yeah. Be able to you have to fly yourself to LA, you have to put yourself up in LA.
Who pays for that?
You have to pay for that.
Who? The talent?
Yeah, the talent.
They have to invest in their own ticket.
Yes.
What if somebody says they can't afford it? Which I know nobody on here would ever say that.
If you can't afford to get yourself to LA, then I'm not going to work with you. I need listen, the hard job is to get you an audition. That's difficult in itself. Remember, there's 5,000 submissions for every role. If you're getting an audition, you're one of few people that were selected to get that audition. I've got you seen by the casting director. And then if you get a call back, that's great. Then if you book the job, if you tell me, you can't do the job, you can't get to LA, it's going to make me look bad. So you're making me look bad. It's all about my reputation here as well. So if you can't get to LA, I'm firing you after we've gone through all that work to get you an audition, where I could have pitched somebody else in the room that would have been able to get to LA, that would have made me that 10%. So now I've done all of that work for nothing, and then you've lost me money. So I would fire you. So I need to make sure that you make my job easy, that when you send me that tape, we get it to the producers. I'm going to call you on a Friday and say, hey, you booked the job. I need you in LA by Sunday night to come here for wardrobe. And you're going to start work on Monday. You're going to go, done. I'm booking my flight tonight. I will land Sunday morning. That's it. That's what I need to hear. Easy. I don't want to hear about stress shit. I don't want to hear anything. I want to know you're going to book it. You're going to be here Sunday morning. And that's it.
No red flags.
Nothing.
Aren't you glad you guys are here? How many of you guys are so glad you're here? This is why we have a vetting process. This is why, this is like Survivor. If you're trying to get into show business, it's not meant to be easy. It's show business, 2 words. It's the truth. You want to do great things? Well, you got to get in front of the greatest. This is why you're here. So fun. We love having you. You know that.
I love you guys.
We love you. So Tanya, you're going to be in New York City Christmas time. Do you know what you're going to wear? It's going to be cold.
I know. I've got my thick jacket.
crazy.
I'm ready. I'm ready to see the lights.
Me too. That's my favorite part about New York.
Rockefeller
excited.
tree lighting, November 29th.
Madison Ave.
I will not be there. I will be there, but I will not be in the madness. It's going to be too much.
We'll
Too
watch
much
it from
excitement.
TV
Yeah,
with a cup of hot cocoa,
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
right?
hot toddy.
Yeah.
Right. No carb left behind. New York.
It's gonna be awesome.
We'll bring a copy of Finding Fame. Maybe Mr. Pumpkin will sign a copy.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Yeah.
He's now
Me
an
too.
Amazon
I'm sorry, I
bestseller.
didn't see it. Yeah, that's amazing. It's
We'll
so
tag it.
exciting.
We'll tag you in it.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
All right. Well, we
All
love
right,
you.
you guys. I love you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
I love you,
much.
Mike and Ryan.
Let me ask you guys a question. If given a chance to have the formula of success, how many of you guys want the formula of Tanya Kleckner? If you would like the magic formula, type formula. Ah,
Awesome.
we always love formulas. It works.
And it does.
It does. Proven track record. All right, Tanya, we love you.
All
Thank you
right,
for being
love
on the
you.
hot seat.
Bye.
Bye, Tanya.
Let me float mosey on over here. Go get some water. Time to hydrate.
She needs water. Oh my gosh, I don't even know who you are right
I
now.
know.
Do you need more champagne? Just kidding.
Ah.
All right. How awesome was that on a scale of 1 to 10? How awesome was it to hear from Tanya, to see Alicia put her on the hot seat? Are you guys ready to hit the ground running? Are you guys ready for that? Do you feel ready to hit the ground running? How many of you are having a great time here on Zoom today? If you are, type 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're having a great time here on Zoom, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I know I'm having a great time on Zoom. We have so much to celebrate. Number one bestseller, multiple categories on Amazon. Oh my gosh. Mike has been so overwhelmed. People have been reaching out to him. And again, I want to say thank you so much for each and every person that bought the book. For those of you that have not yet had the chance to buy the book, you better go buy the book. And again, it's on back order for like 4 or 5 weeks. I thought I was getting my books tomorrow. I just checked Amazon. I'm not getting mine until the 29th. I was like, no, I need them now. I'm so upset. But anyway, make sure that you get your copy of the book. It's on, you can get it on Kindle as well. So buy a copy of the hardback because, okay, I'm a total book nerd. Can I tell you my secrets? Total book nerd. There are a couple things that I do when I buy books. First of all, if I'm buying a book that's something that means a lot to me, I always buy the hardback. Okay. But I also, like, if I carried every book that I'm reading, how many of you remember back in the day when we were in high school, we had to have all our books in the book bag. We walked back and forth, right? Like my book bag, I already have a lot. I have a lot of stuff that goes into that thing. So one of my secrets is I also carry books on Kindle. So definitely make sure that if you have not yet purchased the book, you get the hardback copy because it's going to be important to you. But then also get the Kindle version because who wants to wait till the 29th of October or 4 or 5 weeks? So make sure you get the Kindle version. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to be wrapping up here in just a couple of minutes, but Zoom is awesome. Zoom is absolutely awesome. We love Zoom so much. But how many of you know that if you had the opportunity to get face-to-face in front of Tanya, in front of Ryan, that you would kick butt? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. So this is what we're doing. We have an opportunity. We're going to be going to Hollywood. You heard us talk about this. We're going to Hollywood in May. And if you would love the opportunity to go to Hollywood, then what we're going to do is we're going to drop a link. There is a process that we go through, and you have to go through an interview process because we're not just going to let you get in front of I was going to say Rania. Now I've made up a whole new thing. Rania. We're not going to let you get in front of Ryan and Tanya without going through an interview process, right? Just like before Alicia and Mike were allowed to start investing in Broadway, they had to go through Pat Adams. Oh, I sweat just thinking about that process. So there is an interview process. So if you know that if you got in front of the right people, that you can kick butt, we want you to come to Hollywood with us. And I want to be upfront. The total value is over $58,000 for what we're doing. We're going to get you fully prepared. You're going to have the opportunity to get your photos done. We're going to get some training before you get there. We're going to give you everything that you need to be successful. Okay. So the total value is over $58,000. But because you're on here today, we're offering it for $2,997. Okay. So if that sounds like something you would like to learn more about, what I want you to do is we're going to drop the link here in the comments. Jemima's going to drop the link and schedule an interview for Monday. Don't wait till past Monday. Schedule an interview for Monday. Talk to myself, talk to Alicia, talk to our team. Okay. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, definitely do that. But if you're like, oh, no matter what you do with us, the first step is always the book. Okay, so before you even go through the interview process, any of that, we want you to make sure that you get the book too, because we want you to know not only Alicia and Michael's story, but the story of all the people that we work with. And don't you want to be a part of a movement? We're a movement now, y'all. Finding Fame is a movement, and you want to be a part of that. So before you even schedule your interview, make sure that you get a copy of the book. Okay. And again, like I said, there's a 4 or 5 week waiting process. Like they're on back order. They're printing them right now. So before you even do that, make sure that you order a copy of the book.
We also have over 10,000 success stories.
We do, because what we do works. We have over 10,000 success stories.
We've been featured in Forbes, Entrepreneur Magazine, Huffington Post. We've opened the stock exchange. What else have we done? We're in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yes.
We've done
6 Tonys, including Tony for Best Play in 2013.
Tony Awards.
Over 38 awards. So what we
surround ourselves with the right people. When given an opportunity, we take action.
Yep. So that's what we're giving you that opportunity to take action. Okay. So again, the first step to working with VIP Ignite, finding fame, become a part of the movement. Don't wait. This is what I recommend you do. First of all, buy a copy of the book. And, I saw someone asking, well, can I get the paperback? Yeah, you can get the paperback. You can get the hardback. It's all.
Just get the knowledge.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
what you need. Right
So
there.
get one of those books sent to you. But before you get that book, because I don't want you to wait 4 or 5 weeks, get the Kindle version. Get it on. Start reading. You can start reading it tonight. You can start reading it tonight.
Read
So.
all the juicy details.
Oh my gosh.
Everything you need.
And I encourage you that whether you get the Kindle version, the hardback, the paperback, go through it. And I'm a huge nerd. I like to highlight my books. So go through and highlight, because you're going to find yourself in each and every one of the speakers, each and every one of the interviews that are in the book. Okay. So make sure you take notes, you highlight. Again, first step is to get the book. The next step is to schedule an interview with us. Okay. But we want you to take action, and we're going to be here tomorrow. We have a crazy lineup of speakers that are going to be here tomorrow, but we just wanted to offer the opportunity for people that I know. If you're here and you're serious, type serious in the comments. I know that's all of you. You should all be typing serious.
Well, if you guys learned anything from our story, when I graduated from college, my belief was my paper resume was holding me back. I knew that if I got a chance to meet people face to face, that's all I was missing. And that's why going to Hollywood, for anybody here, that's what we're going to do. And even Tanya said, if I meet somebody, I'll fight for them with
Yep.
or without having a lot of training. So even with what we're doing here, if given an opportunity to go to Hollywood, we're going to train you together our way. And even Tanya said, what we do works. We have top people from some of the biggest names on TV. Like she said, from The Sopranos, we have people from The Walking Dead that are part of our company.
Yep.
We're going to be training you together. You're going to be getting photos done so that if you meet somebody like Tanya, you need the photos, you need the training, and you're going to be meeting the right people. So it just works.
It does.
So if you're trying to get into Hollywood, you and I both know you can't do this alone. We're giving you all of the components because you can't do this by yourself. You need the photos, you need the training, and most of all, those are just marketing materials. You need the real people to know you exist and to fight for you to get you those opportunities. So if that's what you need, again, we'll see you tomorrow, but there's a link to register.
Yep.
Websites, pictures, and classes, don't do it. It's Hollywood. If it were that easy, everybody would be doing it.
And Aixa, it's totally fine that you've already downloaded the book. I'm so happy that you have.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Let us know how you love it.
Yeah. And thank you for downloading the book. I want each and every one of you to do that, because you know what? I don't know, but I hate waiting. Like for me, patience is the 4-letter word. I hate having to wait for things. Like I'm going to tell you a quick story. This bracelet I have on my, I've been waiting for this thing for like 3 weeks. And I was getting real mad. I was like, I actually texted I was like, I don't want to wait.
Bracelet you were waiting.
This is the bracelet I've been waiting for this bracelet for a month. Okay. It's supposed to do all these magical things. I don't know if it will, but you know what? Hopefully it was
She got
worth
it and
it.
it calmed her down. That was magical.
I know. It's been, guys, we had a book launch. We have this event. We have so many things going. We have so many things going on.
A new Broadway show.
But the point I'm trying to make is that everything you want is on the other side of taking action. And you know what? Patience is a really good thing, but why wait for something you can order now and start reading tonight?
And if you read the book, or when you read the book, please let us know some of your aha moments, things that resonate with you, your favorite parts.
Mm-hmm. And also,
what?
Leave a review of the book too. I mean, you guys are a part of a movement. Who wants to be the first person to leave a review of the book? That would be pretty flipping
Roxanne
amazing.
Wilson's like, it's gonna be me.
Hold on. Aixa's like, I already got the book. Hold on. I'll be right back. Shh, I got you. But I want you guys to understand, like, we give you the tools, resources, connections that you need. And that's what we're doing. That's why we're offering you the opportunity to interview with us again on Monday, to interview to go to Hollywood. Make sure you get the book.
Can I say something cool?
Yeah.
There could be people on this call right now that will be part of the next book. Like somebody on here could be like the next big success story that like somebody will then buy the book just to see your success, or you will then be somebody else's future. Like you could be the motivating factor. Who's it gonna be? Oh my God, Danine's gonna cry right now.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
what you do. Hi, Reginald.
Hi, Reginald Holmes. He was like texting me feverishly. I was like, I got you, Reginald. I got you. You're awesome.
John Rydell, we're in Clearwater.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Dunedin. We're in.
I keep calling it Dundon. I don't
It's
know. where we are.
Dunedin. I got an education by the people of the. Yeah.
You guys
Anyway.
work. Did you see it?
I haven't. I apparently I need to.
I have it on my phone. I'll show
Okay.
it to you.
Charles Pickett, don't cry. Charles, you talked to me the other day. I almost cried when I was talking to you. Oh, awesome. All right, guys. So, Jemima, if you can share the link one more time. I saw someone say, "Oh, I didn't find the link." So if you could drop the link one more time. But I think we're gonna end this a little early today. Tomorrow we have an amazing day for you. Tomorrow's Halloween too. Hold on. You want a sneak preview of what might be coming for Halloween tomorrow? Do you want to wear it?
I'm scared because I didn't realize I was going to be here for the Halloween party.
I have no idea, but I don't know if you guys remember this guy.
Cute.
Yeah. Do you think I should wear it out tonight? Do you think everyone will be like, hi,
Yeah, you should wear it out.
All right. So tomorrow, Halloween party. We're really excited. We got some amazing guest speakers that are going to be here tomorrow. And yeah. Thank you, John. John's like, we're already success stories.
That's true.
That is true. Awesome. And it all starts on a Zoom. Awesome. All right, guys. So, and if you guys want to dress up to see if you can outdo me, which I don't see how that's possible, but if you want to dress up for tomorrow, feel free. Because we're going to be celebrating, it's Finding Fame weekend. We're going to be celebrating even more with Finding Fame tomorrow. And we're going to be celebrating each and every one of you too, because you know what? Without having people to fight for, Finding Fame wouldn't be a thing. Alicia said that. Her why is because she saw a gap between the bottom feeders and the people who can snap their fingers and in 30 seconds or less change your life. So that's why Mike and Alicia fought for you.
Sure.
That's why Finding Fame is here. It's not for us.
We didn't do it for us. We did it for you.
We did it for you. And I want you to remember that. Who else can ever say that to you? Who else
would have done? Nobody else was doing it.
Yeah. So here we are, innovators wearing cool hats on Zoom on a Saturday afternoon. All right. So anything else?
It's gonna look so much better after I have a drink. I'm totally gonna love that hat.
I know you wanted it. You wanted it last.
I'm just excited. I got Tanya Kleckner to dance. That was awesome. That was my highlight of the day, if you ask me.
Yeah. What was your highlight of the day? Let us know in the comments.
She did the robot.
Do you remember the first time we did the robot?
I did. We were in Vegas.
What happens in Vegas should stay in Vegas. If I'm going the wrong way.
I always get her to do
Roxanne
the robot.
says, I know. Roxanne says, yes. What happens in Vegas should
So I'm like,
stay.
well, congratulations.
Oh, wait. Janine, are you there full time now? Jamie Block, you're moving to Tampa. Have your people call my people.
Denise doesn't know where she lives.
I do know.
She's a woman of the world.
I'm a woman. I'm a traveler. I'm a one. There's no moss growing on this Rolling Stone.
Oh,
Roxanne.
Jemima's posting the book link.
Awesome. All right. I'm trying to get to the bottom. So many comments.
Joe Ray, call my phone.
Okay. Yeah. Joe Ray, call. All right, guys. Roxanne, do you have a question or are you just like so excited? Okay. Hold on.
Roxanne.
Okay. Go ahead. Unmute. Do you need me to hit unmute again? There we go.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, hi. I just had a quick question.
Okay.
Congratulations, though, before I ask my questions. I'm so excited for you. It's beautiful to watch this grow like this.
You're gonna make her cry.
Yeah, that's sorry. But the question I got is so y'all got this book, it's the #1 seller now, it's showing now, right? So you got other books. I'm curious to how the other books, did they have the same stat too as well? Or
You didn't release
every book had a different number?
We didn't officially release the first version of Finding Fame.
The Finding Fame before was just like a company handout.
Oh,
So the Finding Fame that went out like on Amazon, that one had a publisher. Does that make sense?
yeah, I know. I understand.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
like
But
that's like the real book.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
yep.
It was just in the company, the other ones, but
Yeah.
this one is actually selling to everybody, to America.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have another book that we're working on with our inner circle. That's going to be the story of our inner circle, which is going to be pretty cool. So
So this is real phenomenal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
yeah.
Bless-
Blessings to you. Thank you. Awesome. All right. Does anyone else have any questions? No? You guys are like, okay, freedom. Let's go enjoy. I think I'll lose my hat. All right, guys. So we're really excited. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a 2-day event, as you know, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And go buy the book. Become
Yeah,
part of the
so-
movement.
Just so you know, tomorrow is going to be amazing. If you enjoyed today, be on tomorrow. Keep the momentum.
Yep, keep the momentum going. That's my favorite word. I haven't said that
I
word in a
know.
while.
I borrowed it.
Awesome. All
Yes, I
right.
do.
All right, guys. So we will see you tomorrow here. Only I'll look a lot scarier, I have a feeling.
No.
Yeah, that's how it'll happen. All right, guys. Okay, this is what we're going to do too. Hold on. So he's being really humble in the background. And he's kind of,
He's just typing. He's
just
working.
typing.
Doing
He's
what he
working.
does best, working.
but this is what I would
It's
love
what
for you
makes him
guys to
great.
do. I would love you guys to unmute yourselves.
And on the count of 3.
And on the count of 3, what we're going to do is we're going to give Mike a round of applause and we're going to cheer and we're going to congratulate him. Ready? You should all be able to
I should
unmute.
get oh no, it's recording anyway.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, congratulations. Way to go. You're awesome.
Congratulations on the book, Mike.
Way to
go, way to go.
Congratulations.
He's like surplus.
Amazing.
All right.
Amazing, Mike, amazing.
Congratulations, literally around the clock, guys.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Michael,
guys.
Michael.
He's 24. This guy does not sleep at all.
He's
He's 24/7.
24/7.
24/7.
All right, guys. So thank you so much.
We couldn't have done it without Fearless Rebels. You guys rock.
You
We
guys,
literally felt
okay.
like we were running a presidential campaign. I think we could do it. Michael Thompkin for president.
Anyone interested in Michael Thompkin for
Go to
president?
the White House.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
do it.
Awesome. All right. So again, you guys really,
Are you gonna
okay,
cry?
I am going to cry. You guys really stepped up to the plate
We love you.
and we love you and we appreciate you so much. And I want you guys to know that. Literally,
I'm gonna
What-
cry because you're gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
she's running away. Literally what we do is because of you. And I want you guys to know that. And tomorrow, I think tomorrow I'll share my story about why I do what I do, but I want you guys to know that you really stepped up to the plate over the last couple of days and it means so much.
You guys inspire us. We've had really rough days.
I mean-
It's like totally.
I mean, I do have it typed on me for all posterity, but I was really overwhelmed by everything over the support. So thank you. And on that note, I'm going to let you guys go and we will see you tomorrow. It happened. You always say, oh, let's do it's a drinking game. When do you
Don't
want to
cry.
It is a drinking game.
Okay.
Bye,
All right, guys.
everybody.
See you tomorrow. Bye.